Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Market Performance and Planning Forum Quarter 2. My name is Brenda Corona on behalf of the Stakeholder Affairs Group. We welcome you, and we will be kicking things off on the next slide to go over our housekeeping reminders. Oh, I'll move it then. The housekeeping reminders for this call is that we meet quarterly throughout the year to review different market performance issues and go high-level planning on release planning and policy updates. As a reminder, this call is recorded and for informational convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. We do encourage questions. On the next slide, we will invite you to ask questions by selecting the raise hand icon above the chat window. Here you will be able to add it to queue. Stacy is our event producer. She will unmute you. Make sure to please state your full name and the affiliation company name that you're associated with before speaking. For those who are dialed in the phone line, press *3. We also encourage that if you do go and ask a question, do not mute yourself till you have fully responded or fully heard the question or the answer. It does lock you on the WebEx platform. On the next slide, we'll cover the objective of this forum as it continues to help focus on implementation planning. We discuss external impacts as well as policy discussions that are occurring during the stakeholder initiative process. And we might also touch on the working group process that we have in this year's policy roadmap and catalog. We're also going to be having a little bit of the release plans for next year. And then at the next slide, the agenda will show what updates we're going to be providing. The first one will be for policy update with our Director of Market Policy and Development, Becky Robinson, and then followed by Trang Vo, our lead for the project management for release update. And then we will kick things off around 11:30 to the market performance update and cover the following topics: load conformance, WEIM transfer limitations, renewable integration and oversupply, and then continue the topic in the afternoon with storage resource performance, FRP performance, market issues, and general market performance, when this will include our short-term forecasting team. As of now, we have tentative plan for a noon Pacific time break for lunch and hopefully resume at 1 p.m. Pacific time for our meeting. We will be tracking time and questions throughout the presentation for both verbal and in chat. So we appreciate everyone's patience with us as we are inviting questions throughout the call. But make sure to fully state your full name and affiliation so that way our speakers and attendees can see who is speaking. And then also everyone has the ability to see everyone's name on the attendee list, so we will not be sending out an attendee list at this time. And when we wrap up at the end of the call, we'll go over some next steps and also upcoming meetings and the symposium event. At this time, let's go ahead and give Becky Robinson the floor. We can see you, Becky, and you're on mute. Just want to give you a heads up on that. Becky, our event producer will be moving your slides, just to confirm.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brenda. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Becky Robinson, Director of Market Policy Development, and here to give an update on our policy initiatives today. Next slide, please. So first, we have our extended day-ahead market and day-ahead market enhancements item. The update here is that as of June 11th and getting a FERC order on the EDAM access charge design, with that order, the EDAM tariff is now fully FERC approved, so we're very happy to hit that milestone. In July, we plan to hold the first sort of stakeholder meeting on DAME implementation. This will be to provide a testing timeline, testing approach, and set expectations going forward on communications and engagement with stakeholders. And this is a precursor meeting, if you will, to the DAME implementation working groups where we're going to be talking more about tunable parameters. We're not getting started with that just yet, but this will be sort of the first check-in meeting to set expectations going forward. And then also in July, and related to EDAM, we plan to initiate a new initiative to enable and support interscheduling coordinator trades in the Western Energy Imbalance Market and EDAM. That's a functionality that we have today in the CAISO BA, and we've heard interest in having that as well in the broader market. So we're going to be starting that initiative. Next slide, please. Next, our Western Energy Imbalance Market Resource Efficiency Evaluation. Just to start first, and Trang will probably touch more on this, but we are getting very close to implementing the enhancements to the e-tagging process from RSEE Phase 2. That is expected next week, I believe. But Trang will have more on that again. And then for RSEE Phase 3, that is a new policy initiative that we are still planning to kick off later this year, addressing some of the, issues or things that have been observed over the last summer and last winter. And stay tuned for that. The team is doing some analysis currently to kind of lay the foundation for those policy discussions. Next slide, please. Here we have our rules of conduct and penalty enhancements item. Just a reminder that the Phase 1 effort here was implemented on April 1 of this year, so that's great. And meanwhile, on Phase 2 efforts, those are continuing. We've got a revised straw proposal out now on the Phase 2 issues, which are, again, the penalty enhancements, demand response, investigations, and tolling procedures. And that is targeting a September 2024 board and governing body meeting, tentatively as of now. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our price formation enhancements working group. This one, you may know that we recently had an expedited stakeholder process on a particular issue that came up within PFE on allowing limited energy resources like battery storage and hydro to include their opportunity costs in supply offers when those exceed the $1,000 soft offer cap. We brought that to the board and governing body in May of this year and filed that with FERC at the end of May. And we are still targeting an August 1 effective date, provided we get the FERC order accepting that proposal. We are expecting a FERC order at the end of July to facilitate moving forward with that. And then in the broader price formation enhancements efforts, we are working on a discussion paper for kind of evaluating next steps, charting the path forward based on what we've heard to date in the working group on these three big topics: scarcity pricing, BAA level market power mitigation, and fast start pricing. And we've also, we'll also be saying or outlining, what's the path forward on continuing the conversations on the bidding above the soft offer cap issues. Next slide, please. So next up is our greenhouse gas coordination working group, which those working groups are working towards evaluating and evolving the ISO's GHG accounting design. One topic of note, actually, the working groups have been working on several topics, but in particular, the topic on what to do about state programs that require GHG reduction, but not through a price and not through a cap and trade. How to accommodate those, and the working group's been digging into different options for how to approach that, whether through a constraint in the market to affect the dispatch and enable the dispatch to sort of choose a potentially a lesser emitting but higher cost resource, versus a different approach that would not do that, not change market dispatch, but which would sort of institute rigorous post-market accounting, I'll say, to make sure that for purposes of compliance, there's no double counting. Folks have are able to comply with the contracts that they have and matching that up with what was actually dispatched and so forth. So that's a topic of particular interest that may be progressing into policy development soon. There's been robust discussion on that in the working group. So, and I also want to note that as part of the working group efforts and in response to feedback that we've heard there, the ISO has started publishing average annual emissions rate data. We've got annual data out for 22 and 2023, and we've started publishing monthly data for this year. And you can find that at the link on the bottom of the page. All right, next slide, please. Next up, our gas resource management working groups. For this working group, we recently put out a discussion paper identifying, the work of the working group so far, articulating the concerns, problem statements, and suggested proposals for how to address those. We are working on sort of the next stage of that, an issue paper from the ISO's perspective, in terms of how to move forward on these issues so that we can increase certainty about advanced fuel procurement, the precision of gas market inputs, and resource-specific cost adjustments, so that we can make sure that resources are able to effectively participate in the market and reflect their costs and their offers. And again, that issue paper we are targeting to publish in July. Next slide, please. All right, here we have our transmission services and market scheduling priorities, otherwise known as wheel through. And on this one, as of June 1, we are now, we've got the new daily functionality, daily ATC functionality now implemented. And as of June 1, market participants can now schedule wheel through priority that they have procured. And so that's a good moving forward on implementing that functionality. We do still have a petition for limited waiver open at FERC. This is on the resale functionality of wheel through priority. We do still anticipate being able to implement this later this year in Q3. And as far as sort of long-term wheel through priority, exploring that through the study and expansion process, exploring how folks might be able to reserve wheel through priority on a long-term basis. That is on the back burner for now. We don't have a sort of a requirement to do this from a FERC perspective. FERC said our tariff is just and reasonable with the wheel through priority that we have in place currently. And we're also thinking through how that might interact with the FERC order number 2023 interconnection process enhancements and the cluster studies there. So, but we are in contact with market participants, and for now, it doesn't seem like that is a priority from anyone's perspective. So it's okay that it's on the back burner. Next slide, please. Here we have our resource adequacy working groups. The group has put out a discussion paper and draft recommendations and gotten stakeholder feedback, worked on revisions to that, and have kind of recently had a stakeholder meeting to check in on that and kind of start paving the way forward on moving forward on these 3 tracks. First track having to do with modeling and default standards, things like using a UCAP structure for default counting. Track 2 on outage and substitution processes and WEIM reform. And then track 3 on backstop reform. And then we've got a few other topics that that I think will be for continued discussion and sort of a working group status while we move forward on these other tracks. Next slide, please. And then finally, for our well, not finally, but here we have our ISO BAA day ahead sufficiency item, which we have been having stakeholder meetings on. This is not to change the tariff or to change the rules around the day ahead sufficiency test or anything like that, but it is about how the CAISO as a BA will sort of assemble all of the information going into the day ahead sufficiency, the existing day ahead sufficiency test, the day ahead sufficiency test for EDAM as it is currently in the tariff, right, and structured. So it is sort of just, given the many diverse suppliers in the CAISO BA region, how do we roll that information up? How do we account for emergency type resources that may not participate in the market on a normal basis, but which we could call upon if tight supply conditions warrant, and how to account for those or not in the day ahead sufficiency test. So we had we've got a straw proposal out on that, have received feedback, and are working to kind of move that process forward so that we get that all ironed out. Next slide, please. And here we have our slides sort of outlining the steps in the policy initiative process. Next slide, please. And then this slide and the next give a high level sort of where we are on each initiative. What phase of the initiative are we at for this year, looking out to Q3 and Q4. If we could go to the next slide, please, you'll see more initiatives. And the lighter colors are earlier stages, darker colors are getting to more final stages of those initiatives. Next slide, please. All right, and then I got a couple of slides from the folks on our transmission and interconnection team just to kind of give an update with what's going on there. If we could go to the next slide, please. So just to highlight the 2023-2024 transmission plan, it's, we do expect over 85 gigawatts of new capacity by 2035 in the CAISO footprint, reflecting GHG reduction goals and load growth due to electrification. We've got 26 transmission projects highlighted here with $6.1 billion in total infrastructure investment to be phased in over 8 to 10 years. This is considering transmission upgrades, grid enhancing technologies, and remedial action schemes. And notably, there are new both reliability driven and policy driven projects, particularly to integrate offshore wind in the North Coast. Next slide, please. And then if we could go on to the next one as well. So for interconnection process, you all likely know, but we recently took the interconnection process enhancements proposal to the board for approval, did receive that approval. Just want to highlight here the state of play in terms of what that was about. And you can see in this chart, the sort of dramatically increasing number of interconnection requests in the past few clusters compared to historical numbers. And but we are in a state of rapid growth and building of resources. The California Public Utilities Commission resource portfolios call for over 7 gigawatts a year to be built for new resources. So we are in a time where we do need to build a lot and connect a lot, but to put it in perspective, the queue now has roughly 3 times the total capacity that'll be needed to achieve California's requirements in 2045. So that is obviously quite a significant and sort of unprecedented number of projects in the queue to be addressing. Next slide, please. And so what those interconnection process enhancements we're trying to do is to drive transformative change, to adapt to increased demand and competition for new generation. So the final proposal prioritized alignment with state and local resource plans, transmission availability on the existing system, procurement needs, and project readiness. And we believe the queue management reforms will drive continued advancement of projects in the queue, provide clear authority for the ISO to withdraw stagnant projects. And we felt like on this item, we really needed to do something to address the lengthening interconnection delays so that we can get projects interconnected onto the grid in a timely way. And we will continue to explore outstanding issues around deliverability in a track 3 this summer and fall. And in the meantime, we are planning on filing that interconnection proposal at FERC, hoping for FERC approval later on this summer. But with that, I believe that is the end of my slides. I will pause and see if there are any questions.
We do have Steve Greenlee. Please be sure to introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Steve, you may be on mute. Still can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you now.
Sorry about that. Steve Greenlee, Brookfield Renewable. Quick question way back on your EDAM implementation workshop. I was wondering if the CAISO has given any consideration to, as part of those workshops over the next, whatever it is, year and a half, 2 years, to having the EDAM, non-CAISO EDAM entities present on kind of status updates on their tariff changes they're proposing through their own stakeholder processes. I think PAC is the only one to date who's signed the implementation agreement, but as we move forward, others, I imagine, are going to be conducting their own stakeholder processes on tariff reform, and it would be helpful to kind of, in some ways, centralize that kind of information. And then on a related topic, as part of those workshops, and apologies if the CAISO's addressed this somewhere else, I haven't seen it. As part of those workshops, kind of give an update on any kind of SEAMS discussions that may be ongoing with Markets Plus. And once again, I imagine the CAISO is going to at least wait till for issues in order on the Markets Plus tariff, but nonetheless, just if you have any thoughts on those 2 points, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no, Steve, thanks for the question. I think those are both fair questions. I do believe that so taking them in turn, the first one on having non-CAISO EDAM entities kind of give an update on their status and their tariff changes. I think that is a fair ask. I'm happy to take that back. I do think there's some thinking going on in terms of how do we share, right? If someone goes first, how do we share that with the broader community, the lessons learned, so that it gets easier as more folks join it, or provided that they kind of know what issues folks ran into earlier. So I think that's a fair ask and can certainly take that back. And I believe that PAC has given some updates, for instance, maybe at a governing body meeting, but I would have to check to kind of go back to see about that. But that wouldn't be on the tariff changes, because I think that's forthcoming. So fair question. And then to update on SEAMS discussions with Markets Plus, I think you're right in terms of, that might not be quite ripe yet, but as we move forward on with these implementation workshops, thinking about when that would be ripe, and happy to think about that as well, and see how we can incorporate that in the implementation workshops.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I don't know how the CAISO would kind of convey that kind of feedback on those 2 points, but this forum does seem like a good one, but obviously when you kick off the EDAM implementation workshop. So it'd be helpful to get an update on your thoughts on those 2 points. So appreciate the response.
Thanks, Steve. And just to flag, I see a question from Mark Smith in the chat about a specific date for filing the interconnection process enhancement changes. I don't have that offhand, but I can follow up with you on that, Mark.
Thank you, Becky. I don't see any other questions. Let me make sure there's none questions in the room. We have no more questions at this time. So Becky, thank you so much for your presentation. The next we have Trang. Event producer, please give Trang presentation rights. And then you do have it, Trang.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Becky, for the update and leading into the release plan update. So I'm Trang Vo, the release manager in project management. So as usual, we'll start with our release plan summary. And just for those who may not be familiar, we do have a release user group that is usually every other week on Tuesdays that you can find on the ISO calendar that covers these updates. We haven't had one in the last couple occurrences, so you know, we have some good progress to report today. So we'll start with the release plan summary. So for the summer 2024 release, we have transmission service and market scheduling priorities phase 2 for monthly and daily active in production. And then for ASSOC retroactive enhancement for settlements, that is also in production and retroactive to trade date July 1st of 2023. Onto our independent remaining releases for 2024. We have actually operations foundational improvements for SIRA enhancements for automation of import allocation process. So that is implemented in production as of this month. And then you may have seen communication about the CAISO website replacement and or be familiar with that new website. So that is live. And then what we have with for upcoming activities are the URL and IP changes and AUP changes for the application delivery resiliency effort. We have RSEE phase 2 track 2 for post-haste curtailment, and then advisory shutdown flag data. We also have price formation enhancements, highest emergency rating, transmission service and market scheduling priorities phase 2 for the resale scope. We have a hybrid resources phase 2C REMS, transmission exchange agreement, a congestion revenue right system upgrade, and then the FERC 881 effort. And then looking ahead, we have spring 2026 activations for the day-ahead market enhancements, the EDAM activation, as well as the EDAM ISO BA participation rules track 8, and then the onboarding of EDAM entities, and then the WEIM onboarding of BHE Montana. And then we have a placeholder for the settlement upgrade project as a future release, but the next update that will be provided on settlement upgrade will be July. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the slides for the individual initiatives. So for summer 2024 release, again, we have transmission service and market scheduling priorities phase 2, and you can see the path from the board all the way to the implementation of the daily and monthly scope. And I want to draw your attention just to a few bolded items here that remain. So in the tariff space, you might recall a previous update that we did file a petition for limited waiver for the resale functionality or scope. That was filed on April 12th and is available for your review. And on down to the production activation, so that limited waiver does relate to the resale scope that is planned for production implementation Q3 to Q4 2024. And we don't have it listed here, but we do expect that there will be an offering for market simulation for the resale scope as well. And so as we further define the schedule, we will communicate that market simulation expectation and schedule as we can. And then we have another change for the OASIS report, including the ETC data. So that is additional scope that we want to make sure that we have visibility into. So that's planned for 2024 as well. And again, more detailed schedule to be provided. Okay, so I'll move on to our independent 2024 releases. So we'll start with the UI and API, URL, and IP changes as part of application delivery resiliency. So for the UIs, I think most notably, for BAYAP and BSAP users, please, stay tuned for the notices that you will receive for the decommission of the old BAYAP and BSAP UI URLs. That's currently planned for Monday, July 1st, but again, stay tuned to the communication that you'll get for confirmation of that. We also will be cutting over the portal and portal EIM sites on July 1st as well, and there will be an associated notice for that as well. And then for the APIs, all of the APIs that are listed below in yellow, those will be cut over to new infrastructure, and that's currently targeted for July. So we are working through outreach for those that we're seeing using the old UI or API to minimize any impact to those users. So we will be ramping up communication for the APIs starting next week, and then we'll provide more updates on the specific cutover times as well as a potential dry run that we'll have for that as well. Okay. So I'll go on to RSEE Phase 2 Track 2. Okay, so here is our milestone slide for RSEE Phase 2 Track 2. So the only item that remains is the full production activation. So as a reminder, the implementation or activation of RSEE Phase 2 Track 2 does include tag structure validation for tags for the appropriate priority types. And then so we also will be publishing market priority type to ADS and CMRI as part of this full implementation as well. You'll see that the target is July 1st, 2024. We are wrapping up our final readiness, and you should expect a notice to go out for the implementation confirmation. All right. And then we'll move on to advisory shutdown flags data. So for this one, on the BRSs, we do have version 1.1 that was published at the end of May, and that just adds an instruction cost field to CMRI. And for the BPMs, we have 2 PRRs that are there, settlements and billing, as well as market instruments related to CMRI. For the tech spec, we had that published on May, and the tech specs on the dev site for CMRI do reflect that BRS modification for the additional instruction cost field. So, so please do refer to that, and that does align with the BRS. We had training on June 11th, and then the market simulation scenarios were published on June 10th. And then our market simulation is upcoming. We were planning to start this week, and I think there's a couple of phases of market sim. One is some data that we are providing for a preview of the scenario execution. So for trade date June 13, we do have data available for market participants to preview in the market simulation environment. And then for the customer execution of the scenarios, we actually have that shifted to start next week instead of this week, and production is on track for activation by August 1st. All right, so go ahead and move on. This is just a supplemental slide for advisory shutdown, and just a reminder that as usual, so we will be monitoring for usage of MLC for accuracy, and then we'll take any action if needed on that. All right. So let's go on to price formation enhancements. So at the last update, even a month ago at the release user group, we did have this, the implementation details still being worked out, but we are, as Becky mentioned too, we do have a target implementation timeline with associated implementation milestones. So this is now an independent 2024 release with, again, the production activation target by August 1st. So the activities and milestones that have recently completed and are upcoming are the filing with FERC that was made on May 31st. That is completed. And then what we have upcoming is, and then also the BRS was just published this week on June 25th. So that is available on the release planning page. That will give you a little bit more insight into the implementation details, and we do look forward to feedback on that. Training is planned for July 11 to support the market simulation plan to run from July 16 through July 22nd. Okay. So we've already gotten feedback from customers about potential scenarios that they would like to see in market simulation. So we are evaluating that and working to support additional requests for market simulation scenarios on top of what we will already have drafted as part of that BRS for market simulation. Okay. So I'll go ahead and move on to highest emergency rating. So for this initiative, we do still have OMS tech specs to be published. I don't have a timeline for that yet, but we'll leave it on here for tracking and then report out and communicate once those are available. Market simulation is still targeted for August 2024 to support a production activation of this Q4 of this year. So since we do not have the tech spec yet, this is just a reminder of the OMS changes to expect in the UI as well as in the API, which will correspond with the tech spec when it is published. All right. On to hybrid resources 2C for RIMS. Okay. No changes to this slide. We do plan to offer market simulation Q3 of this year to support an activation of the hybrid resources 2C RIMS scope October 1st of this year. Okay. Transmission exchange agreement. So for this one, the most recent update is that the market simulation and production schedule has shifted. So now the market simulation is planned to be from September 16th through October 11th of this year to support the production activation in Q4. And then we'll move on to CRR upgrade. The last customer partnership group meeting was on May 30. And then our next one, we'll skip June, and then the next one will be July 25th. And the latest timeline is reflected here, and this was presented in that May 30th customer partnership group. You'll see that the construction phase is complete and functional system acceptance testing has started. And we do plan to start connectivity in August for market simulation, and then start the market simulation in September. And we will shift, or I'll generate a milestone slide for this initiative as well so that it aligns with the format of the other ones, but wanted to show the overall timeline here. And then just a reminder too is that for the CRR upgrade, we are moving to new technology for the APIs too. So the technical user group is also a valuable resource and meeting to attend to for the technical changes for the CRR upgrade. All right. So we're moving on to FERC 881. So the highlight for these milestones is that we do have a revision to the BRS, still focused on just track 1. That was published on June 11, and it has some updates as well as added requirements for FAC 11. So we still don't anticipate or plan a market simulation for that effort. And then for track 2, we're scheduled for 2024 to early 2025 for that implementation. And then those that participate in the working group the data working group for FERC 881 might be familiar with this slide here that just outlines the project timelines by tracks. I think the last data working group for FERC 881 was in April. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and move on to spring 2026 release. So we had just reminders of documentation that was published and is available for DAME and EDAM. So we have BRS version 1.2 for DAME and EDAM, and then the parallel operations plan for DAME and EDAM. Those are on the release planning page, as well as the DAME business practice summary, which is a new document. Okay, we have a business practice summary for EDAM plan to publish shortly the target is by next month, by July. So we'll go on to the day-ahead market enhancements milestones. So what we have coming up will be the settlement's final, third and final set of draft config guides. That is planned and on track for August 26, 2024, and that will wrap up the publication of the settlements config guides for DAME, EDAM, and then the EDAM ISO BA participation rules track A. And then for the implementation meetings, so as Becky mentioned, we have an implementation meeting planned for next month in July. As just you know, we're starting this new implementation working group, so that implementation meeting in July will kind of set the tone for the implementation working groups, and those implementation working groups for DAME, including the tuning of the parameters and such, are planned to start in Q4 of this year. So we're looking forward to your engagement with us in the implementation meeting, as well as the implementation working groups. So then the other milestones that we have for DAME will be next year. So market simulation, and then we'll start in 2025. So I'm going to skip through the next slides. I have some reference slides for the business practice summary, as well as the BRS revisions up to 1.2 for day-ahead market enhancements. This is just summarizing the revisions of the last version of the BRS. So we do have a revision of the BRS up to version 1.3 that's planned for day-ahead market enhancements and for EDAM. And once those are published, then we will also have our team come to the release user group to present the changes in this format for version 1.3 of those BRSs as well. Okay, so on to EDAM. Okay, so a lot of the milestones will align with DAME, including the settlement config guide. So August 26th, we'll get that third and final set of draft config guides for settlements, which will wrap up that effort of those deliverables. And then we do still have tech specs pending for PLC, and then the market simulation, and the production deployment, and then production activation will be beyond 2024, but they're listed here. One other item you'll see bolded is for the tariff. We did receive the FERC order accepting the EDAM access charge design, and so with that, the EDAM tariff is fully approved. So that was approved on June 11. Okay. This is the overall EDAM and DAME activation timeline. We've gone over that before, so it's there for your reference. And then this is even a more higher level onboarding milestones for EDAM. Then we have the BRS revision summaries there. And then we'll go on to EDAM ISO BA participation rules track A. So going over to the milestones, you'll see some updates here. So under policy development, you'll see that we have an item listed for historical recovery revenue policy confirmation. So that's only if needed. So we're still evaluating what the policy development will look like for that scope, if it's just a confirmation or how much of a policy process we'll have for that. And then for tariff activities, again, the EDM access charge was approved on June 11. And then you'll see a placeholder for an additional filing for historical recovery revenue for CAISO BA. So that's just TBD at this time. We're assessing what, again, what action is needed there. And then for the BRSs, we have version 1.1 that was published on June 25th, and that's available on release planning for you. And we have a placeholder for the BRS revisions for historical recovery revenue as well. Okay. The draft config guides, again, these are included with the DAME and EDAM config guides. So the third and final set will be published by August 26th. Tech specs are part of EDAM. And then we will have BPM revisions training. And then the market simulation activities will be coordinated with EDAM market simulation. And then the production deployment and activation schedule aligns with DAME and EDAM as well. Okay. All right. So move on to our WEIM onboarding of BHE Montana. This is a traditional WEIM onboarding and follows the same milestone schedules as we've had previously for our other WEIM implementations. Okay. All right, so with that, I think we just have the future releases, which is a reference for the settlement upgrade project. The last update that we provided was April 16th, which is the update really was that we are working on creating a new schedule for, or building out our new schedule for settlement upgrade project, and then we'll provide an update of the progress on that and any schedule that we can in the July release user group and settlement user group. So those slides are there for reference. And then again, we have the release user group every other Tuesday. And we have market simulation calls on the ISO calendar as well for you to participate in that go over the specific details related to market simulation. And we have our release user group calendar for the rest of the year and contact information. So that is the end of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions or comments for me?
Trang, there is a question in the chat. Hopefully you can see that, from Shane Yu.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Let's see. All right, so a couple comments. So I think that for the presentation, that's I think that will be revised, right, Brenda?
Yes, it's in progress.
Okay.
Will be posted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the MPPF presentation for today will be updated to have the latest release and implementation update slide that I just covered now. And then for the DAME implementation work group, the question was if that will be a separate meeting outside of the RUG and the market simulation meetings, and yes, the DAME implementation work group will be separate from the RUG and market sim meetings, and will complement, those will all complement each other. And then for the, there's another question about advisory shutdown testing for trade date June 27th, and if that shifted to next week. So yes, we have a market simulation, so yes, it has shifted, and I think at this time we are targeting July 2nd and July 4th, which we realize is a holiday for July 4th too, so that's tentative as of now, and at today's market simulation call at 2 o'clock, we will provide a more specific update for the advisory shutdown effort. But I'd like to just mention again that trade date June 13th, settlement statements were published, as well as CMRI is available for a preview of a trade date where the ISO did conduct some of our testing for advisory shutdown in map stage. So, so I think that there is some data there for review from trade date June 13th for now, while we continue to work through being ready for the full market simulation execution with customers. Okay. Thanks for the questions. Are there any other questions or comments?
No more questions. Trang, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can move to the next section, that is the market performance update. As you can see, we have lunch in between, so we will see how we can accommodate the sections so that we can have a natural break. And there are several topics that we included for this session. Some of them are not new. They are continuation updates to previous discussions we have had. There may be one or two topics that are relatively new, and they are in there because we believe they could be timely for the conditions that we are dealing with. And there are a lot of material in there. I don't expect that we are going to be able to go through every single slide. We're going to touch on the main topics. There is also the second part of the presentation that typically contains these standard metrics that we just provide for an update, but we don't go explicitly through each of those. And there will be different people from the analytics team, the performance, and the forecasting team, depending on the topic. So it's going to be a little bit dynamic. Let me go with the first.
Just click on the screen, and then you could do the keyboard. And then click, yeah, there you go.
It's not moving.
Just the top. No, the other. A little bit more.
Which one?
The arrow. You're almost there.
The angle bracket greater than.
Oh, wow, that's going to be painful. Okay. Let me start with the first topic, and that is the load conformance. This is a topic that has been of interest not only through the discussions of the market performance, but also through the different policy initiatives that we have in the recent past. And there is a lot of activity in this area, mainly because the CAISO had committed to pursue improvements in this area. The basic idea here is that we're trying to identify all the drivers, the conditions that are putting the need to use the load conformance. And this section provides some update that we have for what we have implemented so far, and some updated trends of how things are looking after we have made some changes to the procedures, to the analysis that we have endeavored in this topic. Let me start first with the area of the day-ahead market, and then we move into the real time. Just to set the level field here, we have what we call the load conformance. This is an operator action that we have, and it's applicable to any of the markets that we have in the CAISO system, either in the day ahead, specific to the residual unit commitment, the ROC process. We don't have load conformance for IFM because it's a financial market. But then we also have the load conformance that can apply to any of the real-time sub-markets, the hourly ahead process, the 50-minute market, and the 5-minute market. And the conformance is applicable to each of these markets in their own granularity, hourly for the day ahead, 50 minutes for the hourly and 50-minute market, 5-minute interval dispatches for the RTD. And when we look at the drivers for having that load conformance, it is relatively different depending on what market we are dealing with. When we are talking about the day-ahead market, specifically the ROC process, the main guidance for having that operator adjustment is driven by the operational risk. And we have that operational risk to be mainly composed of two elements. One is the net load uncertainty, to account for the variability of the loads, wind, and solar, plus any other actual operational condition that the operators may see. Nowadays, for instance, we're dealing with fires. It's early in the season, but we're already having fires. That potentially could be a factor, right? If some of those start threatening some transmission lines, we need to ensure that we are pre-positioned in the system and the resources to handle that condition. And the load conformance could be one of the drivers for positioning the system that way. Then we move into the real time. In that sense, the guidance to determine the level, the frequency, the time of the load conformance is largely determined by the operator assessment. The real time is quite complex. It's not an item in isolation. There are many moving forces at the same time. It's inherently dynamic. It's the real-time condition. And therefore, the operators have all these conditions factored in, aggregated in their view of what the risk is going to be. And therefore, they are in the best place to position the resources based on what they feel, based on existing current conditions and even projected conditions in the near future. The objectives of the load conformance is slightly different depending on what type of market we are dealing with. When we are dealing in the day-ahead market time frame, the objective is to ensure that we have committed enough resources to ensure that we can meet this operational risk, which includes the net load uncertainty. We want to ensure that during this time frame where certain resources can be, with the only opportunity to be committed, can be properly assessed to ensure that we have the right set of resources committed in preparation to meet the load and the net load uncertainty towards the real time. As we move into the real-time conditions, the goal is different. Specifically for the hour-ahead process and the 15-minute process, the main objective is to ensure that we can position properly the resources for the supply that is needed, and most critically, for the ramp capability that is needed, typically for the ramping periods of the afternoon and the net load peak. As we move closer to the balancing of the system and we start getting into the 5-minute time frame, the objective is different. The 5-minute market is the last opportunity through the market to balance the system, and in this case, the main objective is simply to keep the system in balance. There are many variations of the supply and demand, and the load conformance becomes this last resort for operators to be able to balance as close as possible to the actual operation of the system. So it's no more than managing the deviations of power balances in the real time. Let me start quickly with the day-ahead process. We have the ROC process, and we have provided this metric in recent presentations. This gives you a trend for the last 8 years, just to give you a sense of both the frequency and the magnitude and the distribution of the ROC adjustments that we have seen for this period of time. And there is some history because things have evolved, the conditions of the system have evolved, and therefore the ROC adjustment need has evolved as well. As early as 2017, there were very few instances where we applied the ROC adjustments. As we start getting more penetration of renewable resources, more behind the meter, we start getting more uncertainty, more variability into the system. Naturally, we start relying more and more on this type of ROC adjustments. All the way through 2020, we have effectively the operator judgment, the main driver to determine what the ROC adjustment would be. As we start getting more sophisticated and start getting better picture of the movement of load, wind, and solar, we start providing somewhere in 2021 some guidance about the confidence of the forecast provided for the load, wind, and solar, such that they could also have this reference of potentially how bad it could turn out to be beyond the typical forecast that we get. This is what we call the confidence bands that start to be the reference for operators to determine the guidance of how much ROC adjustments we would be using. Then when we evolved this process to 2022, you may recall that during the discussions of the summer performance, we end up using some ROC adjustments of about 10,000 megawatts. And that was the byproduct of having these independent assess confidence bands for load from wind and for solar. Even though they may not happen coincidentally, we were basically compounding their effect, and that is the reason we end up with these 10,000 megawatts of load conformance. It was then when we determined that given the efforts that we already had for the day-ahead market enhancements, the concepts that we have been pushing to determine the imbalance reserves, that we feel confident that we can leverage on that concept to start forming the reference of the rock adjustments, basically reusing that concept of the imbalance reserve. So effectively, on July 2023, we start using the quasi-imbalance reserve logic to determine the level of uncertainty that could serve as a guidance for the rock adjustments. This was in place starting for the summer 2023. That continues to be in place since then. As we progress out of the summer and went into the shoulder and winter months, we start to see that, well, maybe the levels that are being estimated for rock adjustments are too high for the conditions that we are dealing. So we start tuning that methodology, mainly in the triggers to determine the conditions when they would be in place, but also to the levels of the risk that we wanted to manage. We did an enhancement back in December 2023. We see the effects of that. We continue to tune that, and effectively on May 2024, we implemented a second enhancement. And that somehow is going to be portrayed in the last 2-year trends. When you compare 2023 versus 2024, you can see that somehow the trend is there that you have a peak in the morning, a peak in the afternoon, relatively meaningful values for 2023. The profile by hour remains somehow the same in 2024. It is the magnitude that reduced significantly. And since then, we continue to assess how that is working. Now that we are going to move into the summer conditions, as you can see, we start getting these typical heat waves, and we start to see some high levels of demand. We will have to assess how that is working for these typical conditions of the summer. This captures more clearly the effects of the enhancements that we have implemented. And this just captures the last 2 or so years for reference. And the important piece here is you place in the graph somewhere early July 2023, we can see that we have relatively high values of the rock adjustments. They came down in December, at the end of December 21st, I believe, when we implemented the first enhancement to the triggers, to the determination of the conditions of the adjustment. And then on May 7, we did the second enhancement that significantly reduced the level of the rock adjustments. As you can see those through the public information that is posted on OASIS, you are going to see a typical profile where we are targeting basically the peak hours, both in the morning and in the evening, and the values are relatively mild given the conditions of the year. Again, as we enter into the summer conditions, this will be naturally reassessed to see that we are properly positioned the system for the type of risk that we may be facing. Just to complement the picture for the rock process, this gives you a different picture of the rock adjustments. This emphasizes the hourly profile. The previous ones were more on monthly, daily profile. This one is useful just to give you a sense of when in the day we are using the rock adjustments and in what magnitude. And it compares with the bright colors, the orange, the purple, the red, the previous year, 2023. And the ones with the different blues is for the 2024. And you can compare the values relative to Q3, Q4 to some extent. For instance, Q4, right? Previous to the implementation of the imbalance reserve, we were basically targeting the peak hours, including some hours of the ramping period. As we move to use the imbalance reserve, now the profile is basically 24 hours in the day, with a morning peak, an evening peak, and you have this valley in the middle of the day. That profile continues to happen in the first quarter of 2024 and as of now in Q2 2024. The main difference is that the values are relatively lower, again, given the non-summer conditions we are dealing with. One of the elements that were discussed as we were implementing the imbalance reserve type of approach for the rock adjustments was the cost implications, because naturally when you impose additional requirements to the rock process, the market is going to aim at meeting that additional requirement, and that naturally means that we may commit additional resources. Given the magnitude of the rock adjustments, in some cases there were significant commitments in the rock process that resulted in uneconomical dispatch for some resources. That means that they have to be subject to the bid cost recovery to ensure that they were made whole. And that is to a large extent the reason that you saw that spiky period of the BCR, the bid cost recovery, for the periods of mainly September, October, November, and to some extent even December. As we progress with the enhancements of the rock adjustments, naturally the cost was no longer there because the additional commitments that were driven by these rock adjustments were not that significant. And since then, we somehow have observed a more typical trend to the levels of the bid cost recovery pertaining to the rock process. And I would say that this assessment, this logic that we have implemented for providing guidance of the rock adjustments is still a work in progress. It's quite dynamic and based on the conditions and the lessons learned we are getting as we assess how things are working. There are two changes implemented recently. There is a reference for you. There is a public procedure, that is the procedure 1210, where you can see more details of exactly what are the triggers for using the rock adjustments and to determine the levels of the adjustment. In addition to that, for a couple of years, we have been publishing publicly on OASIS the rock adjustments. Indeed, there is also the information also available for the real-time load conformance. That is information that is at your disposal, so you can see the trends and the information that is readily available for this specific operator action. That would be the first topic pertaining to the day-ahead market. Before we move to the real time, let's see if we have any questions. Oh, and I see we have one hand, so maybe it's time for questions, Brenda?
Mm-hmm. Hey, this is Michelle from the CPUC Energy Division. I have a few questions. I just wanted to understand first the agenda. Are we doing all of this, the posted agenda, than the agenda that was at the very beginning of this? And so is this just an hour or is it 2 hours in the afternoon? Sorry, I just want to know how much time we're devoting to this.
I think we can officially say that we have all the way up to 3 p.m., right? Mm-hmm. Honestly, I don't expect that we're going to pass 2 p.m., but let's see how the discussion goes.
Okay. So then my second question is, I see that you're changing your rock adjustments, and those are, and in 2023, you based it on the methodology that you were going to use in EDAM, but you determined that resulted in high bid cost recovery and was too conservative, especially during the winter, the winter when you know you have plenty of resources. Are you then, as a result of this, going to change the methodology for the imbalance reserve product? Because like the RUC adjustments, won't that result in too high a cost and too much reservation, thus resulting in too much bid cost recovery in the real-time market? So are you guys going to think about this in the EDAM? Because it seems to have, pretty consequential results.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Michelle, and thank you for putting that forward. Let me answer this way. Right now, what we have is the ROC process under the current market construct. We do not have the construct of the day-ahead market enhancements to make a default conclusion. I would have to say this is going to be a very good learning experience that we are experimenting with the imbalance reserve type of logic to see how things are working. And I can guarantee you that this is going to be good feedback, good learning experience to determine potentially when we go for the day-ahead market enhancements, what type of setup we have to determine. But I would highly emphasize the difference between the current construct that is just the ROC process versus the day-ahead market enhancement that has many other features through the market to handle imbalance reserve. So it's a different landscape, but this is going to be informative feedback for that setup.
So I guess I'm curious when we'll discuss that, because to me it has some pretty, it's pretty important. So you use the similar logic, and likewise, in using the logic, you get 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts every single hour. And recall that the idea is that you want to deal with, the 95% confidence uncertainty, which is not, I mean, like during the winter, is it going to arrive? And even if it does it matter? So I'm just concerned then we commit too many resources and have, tens.
Oh, she went on mute.
Oh.
She's on mute.
I think you went on mute by.
There you go.
Okay. I think it has tens of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Sorry, Michelle, we couldn't catch the last piece because you went on mute.
Oh, okay. Well, the imbalance reserve logic is to, right now, is to capture the uncertainty at a 95% confidence level. And you guys have already studied what that looks like, and we know that it looks like 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts every single hour, which is similar to what you did in the fall, which resulted in BCR payments of $30 million. So you'll be over-procuring imbalance reserve. So I'm just wondering where we get to discuss this before we implement day-ahead enhancements, knowing this, that we're likely going to be over-procuring.
I wouldn't agree with that conclusion, Michelle, because you are assuming that the things remain fixed before and after the implementation of the day-ahead market enhancement, and that's not exactly how things are going to work, right? And that is the reason I was really emphasizing the difference between the current market construct, that is a ROC adjustment, a fixed amount that has to be modeled, and a fixed amount that the market is aiming at meeting, versus the day-ahead market enhancement, where you have a product, and that product actually has a demand curve that is going to be reactive to the price. That is the reason I really want to emphasize that key difference, that we are not dealing with the same conditions now. And as I indicated, yes, you have a point that this is going to be a good reference to assess potentially what we may have to adjust for the day-ahead market enhancement. There will be opportunity. We have time to do that assessment. First, we need to ensure that we know how things are working for the current construct. And again, that is going to be useful information that we can leverage to determine the right setup for the day-ahead market enhancement.
Okay. Well, I guess there's further discussion. Just one more question. When you were talking about the evolution of the imbalance reserve over time, the historical examples, you were talking a lot about the wind and solar uncertainty, but I think a really important thing to keep in mind is that exports have grown substantially. And so one of the reasons you might want to increase the RUC adjustments is to keep the resource adequacy resources that California pays for from supporting low priority exports in the day-ahead market. So I wonder if you could just opine a little bit on that, about whether that's one of the reasons the RUC adjustments had increased so much over time.
No. Right now, as I indicated in one of the early slides, the reason for the RUC adjustments to exist as of now is to ensure that we cover the operational risk. That operational risk is effectively composed of two elements. One is the net load uncertainty, the variability that we have. We know that things are going to change for the forecast of load, wind, and solar when we go from the day ahead to the real time, right? That is bounded to happen. There will be forecast errors, there will be variability, and we need to ensure that we cover for that. And the second piece are these operational conditions that may happen in the system, fires, outages, and you name it, in which the operators may know additional information that they have to internalize and secure additional commitments. These are the two main drivers that we have so far to incorporate the RUC adjustments into the day-ahead market.
Yeah, but when I look at the RUC adjustments, I see the very largest RUC adjustments during stress system conditions. So it doesn't seem like wind and solar change just during stress system conditions. It seems like the variable that changes is exports on our system. Coming into a heat wave, the RUC adjustments seem to go up, which doesn't seem to be related to just wind and solar. It seems to be related to the stress on the system. I guess I can go back and look at the data myself.
Well, you check the data. Let's make sure that we remember the 101 of statistics. Correlation doesn't mean causation. And we have to be mindful that if you are talking about conditions that are stressed, yes, naturally, these are the days where our forecast needs to be on, that we have to ensure that we have a good coverage of the variability. And yes, it may happen also the days where there is high demand for export because other areas are going to be dealing with the same conditions, right? So,
okay, so sorry,
maybe
just
a
so I
symptom
understand.
versus a cause.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the operators are not increasing RUC adjustments to ensure our reliability and to keep low priority exports from going out of the system. Is that what you're saying?
No, this is what you are saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the operational risk that the operators are taking into account to determine how much ROC adjustments are needed is no more than the uncertainty for net load plus any known operational risk that they are facing at the time that they are making the determination.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I see another hand. Okay. Do they just unmute themselves now?
No, we muted. Michael can go.
This is
Hi, Michael.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. So listen, couple of questions here. First, you mentioned that the data that you showed on the previous graph is actually available in Oasis. Is that correct? Or where does CAISO post it? Yes, this one.
No, this is the bit cost recovery. What I was referring to is the ROC adjustment, the megawatts that we put into the adjustment for the day-ahead market. These are publicly available. For the VCR, I will have to check. There is some level of information, but I don't think it's going to be at this level of granularity.
Mm-hmm. And would it be at the monthly level of granularity or not even at that level of granularity?
Well, if you want to see some statistics, some trends, I think you're in the right place. You have the presentation right here, and we also have the monthly reports where you can see the information.
Right. So the question is this dollars, this total costs of additional bit cost recovery are assessed on the net supply. Is that correct?
Sorry, I couldn't understand the question.
The question is that ROC charges in FMM in real time are assessed on net supply in real time, right? On market participants. Is that correct?
No, the bit cost recovery is driven by on economical dispatches on resources that they cannot recover fully their cost, and they are required to be made whole by CAISO complementing up to the level that they are breaking even.
Right.
That is how the VCR is. Now, to support the VCR, that VCR goes back basically to measure demand. They are the ones supporting the payments for VCR.
I see. It's on measured demand. Okay, clear. Thank you.
And there is some portion of virtuals as well. There is some logic complicated in tier 1, tier 2 of how much is allocated to virtuals versus measured demand.
Uh-huh. And does CAISO publish anywhere that rate in terms of dollars per megawatt hour, that the rate that is charged to net supply?
I'm not aware of that. I will have to follow to see if there's any level of information.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
We're good.
Okay, I think we can pass it to Scott.
I think the space bar works. You can try that.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Guillermo. So Guillermo talked about conformance in the day ahead, and I'm going to be talking about conformance in the real time, so HASP, RTPD, and RTD. Similar to RUC, we've had some evolution in terms of how we apply the load conformance. This chart here shows the daily HASP conformance. You can see it peaked in the summer of 2022 when we had some very stressed system conditions. Last summer, we implemented a pilot program to try to see what things would look like if we had a significantly reduced or zero HASP conformance. And we got a lot of good data from that, and that led right into the July 2023 emergencies. So that put an end to our pilot program. But overall, I think we've had slightly lower HASP conformance since then. So when we have load conformance in the real-time market, we have additional demand that the market needs to meet, additional market requirement. And the way that that requirement is met is unknown when we put in the conformance. So there's a mix of different kind of products that we can get when we put in that conformance, and we don't know which of them we're going to get. It's all based on system conditions, bids, what's out there in the market. So we might get advisory EIM transfers, commitment of resources if we're in HASP or PD, incremental internal generation, changes in NSI, or if we run out of all of those, we might get an increase in infeasibilities. So the overall market is going to determine what clears, what additional megawatts clear for to cover that load uncertainty or to cover that conformance, excuse me. And not knowing ahead of time what we're going to get from that conformance causes some additional uncertainty for our CAISO operators. So there are quite a few different drivers for the use of load conformance, and it's very important that our operators get these numbers right, because this is their last chance to really impact you know, where the system is going to be when they get into that second-to-second balancing and are on AGC in real time. So we'll talk through a couple of these drivers. First one is asymmetrical risk. So operators are in a more comfortable position when they're a little bit long versus when they start to get short. It's easier to turn resources off and normally ramp things down than it is to start things up. The timing of these is also key. So when we're talking about RTPD and HASP, we're looking out 40 minutes to an hour plus before we start seeing the impacts of putting in load conformance. And even in RTD, it takes 7 to 10 minutes before we'll see the impact of those operator actions on the actual system. So a lot can change in even those 7 to 10 minutes, and operators have to be wary of that and kind of thinking about where they are now and where they're going to be in the future when they're thinking about how much conformance to use. Resource deviations are another one. If operators see resources deviating persistently, or if they know certain resources are going to be off from their DOT, might be a good use for load conformance. Similarly, with uncertainty and forecast errors, operator experience comes into play a lot here, where if they have experience working with certain resource forecasts or load forecasts during certain periods of time. Management of regulation is an interesting one. So the market procures regulation up and down, and the operators can use the RTD conformance to impact the exact AGC set point and the total amount of reg up and reg down that's available to them in real time. So when the market uses some regulation down, so let's say it pushes a resource down into its regulation down award, the AGC system sees that as less regulation down available and more regulation up available. So by using regulation down, we can increase our regulation up available on the system. So if operators are running low on regulation up, they might put in some additional conformance in RTD to increase the DOTs, push resources down and have a little bit, push resources up and have a little bit more regulation down usage to have more headroom on that regulation up that's actually available on the system. Changes in the EIM So the EIM can change conditions in our surrounding BAAs quite rapidly, and if operators know we have big changes coming, they might put in bias for that. And finally, there are lots of system events, you know, big transmission outages or any other type of system event, fires like Guillermo was talking about, all types of things that might cause the operators to need some load conformance. So getting into some of the regulation numbers. So we're going to talk a little bit about regulation and how it relates to some of the load conformance stuff. So overall, our regulation up requirement tends to stay under 700 megawatts. You can see on the top chart on the top right, which is the regulation up requirement. We're usually under 500 megawatts in the 300 to 500 megawatt range. That chart is for the last year plus. Our regulation up procurement on the bottom right chart is a little bit higher because of the rational buyer feature, which allows us to cover spin and non-spin by procuring regulation up if it's cheaper to do so. But overall regulation, you know, we're looking at 300 to 500 megawatts of regulation up. When we look at the regulation down requirement, there is no rational buyer for regulation down because regulation down is our only downward ancillary service. But when we look at the regulation down requirement, you can see we're almost double or even more than double our regulation up requirement on average. So we're up in the 800 plus range most of the time. So there's a pretty large imbalance between the amount of megawatts we have that we're procuring for reg down and what we're procuring for reg up. This is a trend that has been increasing year over year for quite a few years now. So back in 2018, we procured pretty even reg up and reg down. So the lines on the top show the regulation up average requirement by hour, and the lines on the bottom and the negative show regulation down. And you can see we've seen an increase in our reg down requirement year over year, and it's been growing quite a bit in the last couple of years. One of the ways we set the regulation requirements is based on historical regulation usage. And we have seen historically much greater regulation down usage, which has been helping to drive that regulation down increase in our regulation down requirements. This kind of came to our attention when we started calculating the attenuation factors for storage resources, which estimate how much state of charge a storage resource will use when it is providing regulation up or reg down. So some of this is a bit of a self-enforcing feedback loop where we're procuring more and more reg down, and then we're using more and more reg down in part to help us have more regulation up available based on what we talked about earlier. So currently, our regulation procurement is quite asymmetrical, and sometimes this results in operators using some load conformance to create more headroom for regulation up. While that seems to be kind of a contributor some part of the time, it does not seem to be what's overall driving this dynamic. We seem to be often coming into real time a little bit long on our generation, and we're still investigating what might be some of those causes behind this need for more regulation down. So with that increased regulation down requirement, we are seeing increased regulation down costs. So the chart on the bottom shows the regulation down payments, and the chart on the top shows the regulation up payments. And you can see for the last few years, we've been paying a lot more for regulation down than we have been for regulation up. For spinning and non-spinning reserves, we had a change in March 2023 to some WEC and NERC standards. So we started to see significantly lower spin requirements after that change, a little bit of an increase in non-spin requirements. The procurement trends for these, pretty close to the requirement. A little bit might have been eaten up by some of the rational buyer feature we talked about earlier. Overall, the costs for these, though, have remained relatively low, especially compared to our regulation up and regulation down costs.
You want to take questions?
Yeah. Take questions, I think.
Michelle was first.
Hey, this is Michelle from the CPUC Energy Division. Can we go back to page slide 72, I believe it is? Oh, sorry. Was it 72?
Yeah, it might be on the...
Yeah. It was the load conformance. Let's see, the picture. Sorry, I have 72 when I open it. It's the pilot program. ISO has been evaluating the use and implications of load conformance in the real-time market as well. So I just want to talk a little bit about the load conformance in July, leading up to the July events. Was that a factor in the July event? So if you don't do load conformance going into HASP, then you don't have any headroom. And recall that we had, I guess we're going to talk about them later, but we had the emergencies on July 20th. So was this a contributing factor? I guess that's the first question, and then I have another question.
No, it's not a factor, Michelle. We have assessed that, and you can see that the values that happened before were part of the pilot program, but we purposely finished the pilot program before entering into the summer conditions to not create critical conditions to deal with the system challenges. So that was by design to ensure that we can have a period of time where we can assess in isolation the effects of the load conformance, but we ended the program before actually entering the emergencies. We ended the program by the end of June, and the emergencies happened on July 20.
Okay, I'll go look back, but I thought that the load conformance in HASP was lower, so I'll do that. I'll take that back as something I should work on. Okay,
well,
and then...
Sorry, let me follow up on that question because I know what you're implying. And what I'm saying is there was a pilot program that we tried to run in the shoulder months before we enter into the critical period so that we don't introduce any noise to the operation of the system. So the pilot program ended before we entered July. I think it was by June 20 something. And the emergency that you mentioned happened indeed on July 20. Now, I have to say, part of or the objective of having the pilot is to understand better what is the dynamic in the system interplaying with load conformance. And as part of that, there was a more refined approach for operators to apply load conformance. So naturally, you may see that before and after the pilot program, there have been more modest levels of load conformance applied in the market.
Well, I'll go look, but I'm certain that the load conformance going into HASP during those conditions was lower. So I will take that as my job to look at that because I think it was pretty low, and then we went back to regular conditions. But I guess my follow-up question is, I assume that you are not. I mean, I see that you've made adjustments to the RUC load conformance. I'm wondering, are you making adjustments to the HASP load conformance coming into the summer months? I mean, I guess I'm particularly concerned about these for reliability reasons, obviously.
Yeah, right now we don't have any specific change or enhancement targeted for this summer. We are already entering into the conditions, so there is nothing explicit for that. But I would expand that answer to the fact that we have been looking holistically into the load conformance, right? And let me try to be clear on this. The objective is not to have more or less or stop using or use more load conformance. The objective of this effort is to understand the reasons why we need to have load conformance in the first place. We are tackling the drivers that is putting that need for load conformance, and that is the reason we're providing this material. I think in the subsequent slide that Scott was providing, that lay out all the drivers that we have identified that to some extent are causing the need to have the load conformance. We want to tackle every single one of those to ensure that if there is conformance, it's because there are things that simply cannot be addressed in other ways.
Yeah, so I mean, one thing we're going to talk about later is WEIM advisory transfers, and you're going to talk about how they didn't show up. And so that's a remaining uncertainty. So if you keep WEIM advisory transfers in the HASP to potentially support low priority exports, that's a big uncertainty, right?
Yes,
I mean, unless you guys can tell us why they didn't show up last July, and if we don't get to the root of the problem, then there's going to be a large uncertainty that we're going to potentially have to cover. Okay, I guess that's more of a statement than a question. Likewise, I guess I'd like to understand as we go into this, another large uncertainty is export curtailments that occur in HASP that don't show up. And does that also add to the uncertainty that you're cover in the imbalance load conformance in HASP?
That was an explicit uncertainty factor that we have to deal with after the after the emergencies of the July, when we realized that we have that dynamic that the market projected some reductions that were not followed through. And that indeed was one of the main reasons we continued to apply the EIM import transfer limitations, because it was introducing that extra noise. And these now have been mitigated. There were two specific changes that were applied to the technology that we have, to the systems that allow that to happen. They were pursued through two specific BPM changes. I don't remember the PRR numbers, but they were out there. They were effectively implemented somewhere all the way through November, I believe. So that was a factor in the summer, post-summer conditions. I wouldn't say it's a factor moving forward just because we have mitigated by not allowing that to happen through the system.
So let me understand it. Those PRRs where people got partial awards, but they reinstated their partial awards to the full awards, is that correct?
Yes, and there are two changes. One is the reinstate of the tax, the other one is the partial accept, but all this is available in the PRRs, Michelle. I just don't remember the number or the detail, but they should be there. We can forward you the specific numbers.
Okay. Right, but the thing is that it was my understanding through the RSE enhancements that are going into effect in July 1st, that if you curtail an E-tag, everyone on the E-tag has to agree to the curtailment. So doesn't that uncertainty remain? People can just decline the curtailment.
Well, yeah. I'm not so sure what the question is. You're indicating the current logic that we have, yes, and we're going to be monitoring how things are working. And if there is an event, I can guarantee you that that is going to be now a reference for operators to caution or to create more room for that condition to happen, right? So we are going to be looking into how this is performing once we make the change on July 1st.
Okay, well, maybe I'll ask you a different question. What is CAISO's policy regarding the curtailment of low priority exports post-HASP if they're based on WEIM advisory transfers, or they're based on like you curtail exports but they don't follow instructions? Will CAISO cut them? And if you cut them, do they have to follow instructions? I just think that we haven't really explored the reliability issues that we've seen.
Yeah, well, I don't have much to say on that, Michelle. I think we can follow up for other time. I don't have the information in front of me to be able to have an educated discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Dan Williams?
Guillermo, Dan Williams from the Energy Authority. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Couple technical questions and a comment maybe, but just to follow up on Michelle's there, I do think the ISO's training in the Learning Center on the resource efficiency enhancements phase 2 that's rolling out on July 1st really covers that curtailment scenario really well and makes it clear what the ISO is going to do under those scenarios.
Yeah.
I'm hearing feedback on my end, so just let me know if you're hearing that on your end.
No, we hear you clear.
Okay, you hear me clear. Okay. So the question I had from a technical perspective is just when the ISO puts in load conformance in RUC, is that conformance carried forward into the real-time processes? So sort of if you say take load from 40 to 42 in RUC, then when you start the stuck process going into real time, is sort of the default now, 2 gigawatts higher across the day in real time, or are you sort of starting over in real time with the P50 again and then applying your conformance just specific to the real time?
They are completely independent, and whatever happens in the ROC is for the ROC process and doesn't predicate what is going to be used for the real time.
So then when you roll into real time, is stuck then being performed just with the standard forecast, and it's not until HASP that the unit commitment's able to be, or advisory unit commitment's able to be adjusted with conformance, or is there an opportunity in stuck outside of like doing exceptional dispatch to sort of influence load figure that commitments are being made to?
Let me see if I answer your question. I think I understand the question. So there are different types of commitments in terms of the time frames. There are certain commitments that can be made only through the day-ahead process, just because of the time that it takes to be committed. So if there is a ROC adjustment that induces that commitment, and it happens to be for a resource that cannot be committed in the real time, is what we call the ROC binding. The day-ahead is the only market opportunity for them to be committed, and it's going to be binding, and they are going to be online in the real time. It's no longer a determination of the real time. Now, through the ROC process, because of the ROC adjustments, there may be other units committed that have shorter start times. That means that they still have a last opportunity to be assessed in the real time whether they are really needed to be committed or not. These are what we call the ROC non-binding. That means, yes, the ROC is projecting to commit them, but the decision is going to be left up to the real time to make the last financial binding decision. So when we go into the real time, the very first opportunity for the market to commit units is in the what we call the stock process that runs for 4.5 hours. Any of the 15-minute market processes, the stock that is 4.5 hours, or the HASP that is 7 intervals in advance, or any of the other FMM, can make still incremental commitment decisions within their applicable time frame. And if it happens to be the last opportunity where they can be committed, that becomes now binding instruction for commitment. And those commitments in the real time, to some extent, can be influenced by the conformance that is applicable to that specific market. And that is one of the points that Scott was highlighting, that part of the load conformance can be met in some cases by unit commitment.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it, was that you take activity in the day ahead, but some of the RUC commitments are just sort of resulting in a real-time must offer, not so much the unit actually having a binding startup instruction at that point. And then getting into real time, kind of as you're going throughout the day, I would think if you're putting in a load conformance sort of starting into the evening ramp, that you're filling in multiple hours into the future of load conformance at that point. So at that point, the look ahead would be sort of picking up the conformed load shape, maybe across the evening peak. But it was kind of a question of just whether there's a process in place at sort of that midday time frame where resources that maybe need a little bit further ahead commitment than just what would happen in HASP would be responding to a conformed load target versus just the standard forecast when you're in that 4.5 hour look ahead prior to the start of the evening ramp. Does that make sense? Just kind of a process question around how the information's getting adjusted that's then impacting the commitment headed into the more critical hours.
Yeah, no, yeah, I follow your line of thought here. Yes, and the load conformance is not magically appearing in the last minute in the HASP or FMM process. They are gradually, sequentially introduced as we start going through the ramp. So they are not going to be showing up completely out of the blue just in the last minute for the peak hours. They start to be transition through the evening.
Yeah, I think that's good to identify and maybe have some follow up on. And part of this that's difficult is I know we're transitioning to a new market paradigm in a couple of years here with the new WEIM products, but there are some years in between space to make sure that we're making the best decisions around price formation. And part of the theory of the energy markets is to have accurate prices that incent people to bid in demand accurately and to make their supply available and price it accurately. And the more that we can be relying on price signals to get people to make those decisions, kind of the better. And if we can strip out some of the drivers of the conformance that are just related to maybe not getting the supply-demand balance solution that we want, that's maybe we're not getting that because prices aren't quite right, versus uncertainty or sort of exceptional things that are happening. That should be the goal. And I think when I was looking at some of the slides on like the cost for RUC and how that shows up in BCR, I think we have to put that in the context of sort of what the alternative is. And it would be good at some point to compare on any of these days where there's a high amount of conformance in RUC, what would it have taken in the IFM to get a feasible solution so that you didn't need the commitment, at least from a backing out like impact of net virtuals or impact of how demand was bid in. If you cleared in IFM what you conformed to in RUC, where would IFM have cleared from a system marginal energy cost perspective, and what's the delta there versus what it costs to pay a few resources through BCR? Because that really gets to more speaking to the overall impact to both generation and load of using RUC versus maybe using some other price signals that we'll hopefully get to in WEIM to get the right solution in IFM in the first place.
No, yeah, I follow you, Dan, and thank you for those statements. I would say that unfortunately things are a little bit more complicated because the difference between IFM and RUC is not just the RUC adjustment. We have seen, and specifically for the last quarter of 2024, that there was a significant delta between IFM and RUC even without the adjustment. And that was just because of the naturally clear level of demand in IFM that was quite different to what the load forecast was, and also the interplay with the virtual supply and demand. You have this
that makes it really complicated.
Yeah.
Because you've got your RUC net short, and then you've got net virtuals as well, and there's a lot to sort of adjust there. But ultimately, the real-time price that we get to should hopefully be disciplining the way that the IFM works. But in between IFM and real-time is RUC and HASP and load conformance, and all of those have impacts. As we went through in that price divergence work many years ago. But I just want to put some of that in context, because often if we focus in on like, well, BCR is costing $40 million. Well, it is, but there's also kind of have to look at what maybe would have happened alternatively and how much that would have cost if we weren't just focused on the BCR impact.
Yes, thank you. Good point. Okay, now we have one in-person comment.
Great, thanks. Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. Really well done on the presentations today. Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you, Scott. Commend the ISO for doing things like this pilot program and being willing to sort of test the system in different ways and take that feedback and iterate on making the whole thing better. So kudos there. On slide 94, I'm wondering for, as far as rational buyer program goes, is there much in the way of metrics that would sort of allow us to quantify some of the cost savings? I think there could be some interest in that. So to some degree, the ISO's business is, you know, leading world technology in operating a grid. That's a service that you provide to people. And if you can provide that service better and show that, you know, we're taking actions that are saving market participants money, then I think we ought to be measuring those things and showing just how well we're doing that. So to the extent, you know, CAISO can say, look, the rational buyer program is saving us this much money, we would have spent, you know, this much on spin and upward reserves, but for this program, you know, I think CAISO would do well to sort of measure that and promote that this is a service that, you know, we're applying the best technologies in the world to optimize, and you know, we can do that for you too. The other thing for slide 93, and this may be, you know, a further off thing. So, you know, if we roll to a sports analogy, lots of metrics there. You know, this idea of a QB rating. So you look at quarterbacks in professional football, how well are they doing? So I'm not saying that the CAISO needs to make this public, but to the extent you're able to measure individual operators, operator leads, teams of operators, and see, okay, what's happening when these people are at the controls. That this could even be developed in a training environment where there's sort of, you know, not much on the line, but having those sorts of metrics in the background so that, you know, yes, we've got the right people running this super complex thing, and they're doing the best job with the best tools available. You know, I think there's value there. So I'll leave it at that.
But I can comment on that because we have done that. And we have a very collaborative space with our operators, and we are all the time communicating after the fact, right, and telling them what are the implications, how the market works, and we provide some type of informational training to let them know how the market is affected by any actions taken. And this is more for awareness and realization of all the moving pieces, right? And we have a very strong program of training for our operators so that we can ensure that there is consistency in how they are managing the system. So we have a dedicated team, a dedicated effort and program to ensure that all our operators are equally and consistently operating the system.
Excellent, thanks, Guillermo.
Okay, I don't know if that was an old hand from Michelle or it's a new one, Brenda?
I think this is a new one, but we have only like about 2 more minutes. Let's take Michelle's question, now we could follow up. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, this is Michelle again. So I just wanted to follow up on the real-time HASP. I just pulled it up, and it looks like CAISO was only using 750 in HASP up through July 20th, and then on July 21st, it went back up to its usual amount of 2,000. So it does seem like the low HASP load conformance on the 20th contributed to the issues, right?
No, Michelle, and let me answer that in 2 ways. First, and let me be very clear on this. First, there was no pilot program by the time the emergencies went in. I have to be very clear on that. The program ended way earlier than that. Second, as an outcome of the pilot program, the whole purpose was to understand what was going on, and part of what you see in this specific slide is the outcome of that effort. So there was a deliberate effort to ensure that there was a more consistent way to apply the load conformance, and yes, there were more liberal approach to use load conformance, but that was the normal operation of the load conformance. And that is the reason I was saying in the previous slide, you can see that before and after the pilot program, naturally there has been less conformance applied in HASP as part of the outcome of the pilot program. Now, to the implied statement that you're indicating that we have the emergencies because we use lower load conformance. No, we have actually run the market with much higher levels of load conformance and the conditions didn't change. So I can attest that no, the lower level of load conformance did not create the emergencies.
Okay, so having 750 load conformance versus having 3,200 on July 24th didn't affect anything. I mean, it's just load conformance gives you buffer, and things went wrong on the 20th, right? WEIM advisories didn't show up, the exports didn't follow their schedule, and if you don't have buffer, so you're saying if we had included a bigger buffer, it wouldn't have helped?
No, and that goes to the point that Scott was making before, that when you apply a load conformance, there are like 5 different ways how you can meet the load conformance. And
Okay,
if you are not getting additional commitments, if you are not getting additional import transactions, well, you are not effectively gaining any actual capacity.
Okay, so what you're saying, could what you're saying is if you went from 750 in load conformance to 3,200, you might have just gotten more WEIM advisory transfers that didn't show up in any case.
Yes.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Thank you. But sorry, but if you had higher load conformance and you got rid of the WEIM advisory transfers, that's a difference, right?
That is the reason precisely why we implemented the transfer limitation starting on July 26th.
Got it. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no questions, we are at 12:01. We can go ahead and take a break, and then we'll resume at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And that's all. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I think it's on mute. Oh.
Is it now good?
Yolande, can you hear us? Just to confirm you heard us earlier? Okay. Just a reminder, thanks everyone for joining the Market Performance and Planning Forum. You're invited to raise your hand using the raise hand icon above the chat window. As well, please state your full name and affiliation before speaking. The next topic we have right now is the WEIM import transfer limitation with Guillermo. And then we'll go ahead and review the other topics in our agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. And we can continue the conversation for the market performance. There is this second topic that is about an action, a practice that the CAISO operators were doing during the summer conditions and past the summer all the way through November. And we have labeled this as the WEIM import transfer limitations. There is an updated deck that we would like to go through in this session to provide some reference of why, how, and when we have that practice in place, and more importantly, to provide a reference of potentially what may be coming for this summer that is upon us. The information that is here may not be completely brand new. There are some elements that we have discussed in the past, more specifically when we discussed the summer conditions. And there are different slides to cover the different aspects of this item. Let me go now, see.
You're going to click on the screen, and then now you can do the space bar. Yeah.
Okay, that works. And as a context, it's important to understand the conditions we were facing during the July summer conditions that precipitated the use of this practice. And one of the factors that we have is that even though we didn't see extreme demands like in the previous years, we saw system conditions, and not only in the CAISO area but across the West, that put a lot of pressure for the supply across the EIM footprint. One of the results of that is that we observe significantly high levels of exports bid in and actually clear in the CAISO market. And there are different metrics that we have put as part of the performance report for the month of July. That is information that is currently available for you. And I would like to emphasize the fact that there were many elements at play during the July emergency conditions. And when we look at the supply that was available for the CAISO, we did have sufficient supply to meet the CAISO load obligation, to the extent that we were able to indeed support this level of exports clear in the market. And there were high levels in the day-ahead market that followed through in the real time, and eventually they were tagged. And specific to the emergency days of July, this picture illustrates the magnitude, the volume of the exports that were cleared and where they were sinking. And these are organized by the different regions, either in the California balancing areas, not only the CAISO area, but any balancing area within the geographic area of California, other areas in the central of the U.S., in the Pacific Northwest, or in the Southwest. And there is another color there for other, because there may be entities that were not part of the EIM that also had some exports coming from the CAISO. And this just illustrates the level of exports that we have in place, and that in the end puts some pressure to the supply available in the CAISO system. Now, the dynamics that we observed were, strictly speaking, right in the real time. We have a whole process for the summer conditions where we have all this awareness and monitoring that can start as early as 7 days in advance. We continue to track the projection of the supply and demand evolution over the days to potentially take proactive measurements as we get closer and closer to the real time. Overall, none of these indices or action items indicated that we would be in a tight situation for the July 20. That was the first day of the emergency. It was a matter that the dynamics of the real time precipitated very rapidly to put us in this condition that we were running out of dispatchability right there in the real time. In some cases, that was not even foreseen in the hourly ahead process that is running like 75 minutes in advance. It was until the 5-minute market when we start to see, in some cases, this reduction of ability to ramp up to the pace of the system conditions. One of the areas that we track as one of the factors to be influencing this condition has to do with how the EIM transfers are constructed and how they play a role in the overall balance of the EIM market, including the balancing of the CAISO area. We have the sub-markets, the hourly ahead process, the 15-minute process, the 5-minute process, and in each of those, the final objective is to meet supply and demand. And the resulting is the dispatches and the prices. Now, as part of that balancing exercise, we determine what are the optimal schedules for all types of supply. Imports, internal generation to each area. In the hour ahead process, we indeed are able to clear additional imports or exports for the CAISO area. And the transfers that may happen and be realized between any pair of balancing areas that are part of the EIM area, they are not effectively explicit variables that we determine that this is the amount of the transfer that we're going to clear in the market. They are a reflection of the total balance of supply and demand. What do I mean? We have a balancing area that has a supply of 90 megawatts and a demand of 100 megawatts. That implicitly means that the optimization, the optimal solution is determining that there is an implicit 10 megawatts of transfers. And the other way around, if the supply is 110 and the demand is 10, that means that area has an excess of 10 megawatts. That implicitly means that there is a transfer out of that area for 10 megawatts. That is how the transfers are realized. They are the reflection of the overall balances among the different balancing areas. It's not something that we explicitly control of what the optimal transfer is going to be. And they reflect, at the end of the day, all the economics of the wider footprint of the EIM market. Therefore, in any market clearing process, hourly, 15 or 5-minute markets, there will be transfers. Now, when we clear the hash process, the hourly transactions are the ones that typically become kind of finalized or binding because that is the only process to clear those. Anything that is regarding internal supply, like internal generation resources, they are still optimized. They get still a dispatch, a schedule in each of these markets, but they are basically financially binding for the 15-minute market, and they are somehow projections. What really matters is eventually the dispatches that are going to happen in the 5-minute market, because these are the ones that go out, and they are the instructions that the resources have to follow, and therefore they are the ones that materialize in the balancing of the real-life system. Therefore, the dispatches, and more specifically the transfers that are estimated for the HASP and the 15-minute market are what we call advisory, because in the subsequent market they are going to be recalculated, they are going to be reoptimized, and they can be something different to what the previous market was estimating. Now, there are some nuances because we have different types of transfers. There are base transfers, they are not optimized. We have static transfers, which can be optimized only in the 15-minute market, and they remain constant for the 5-minute market. And we have dynamic transfers. which can be reoptimized in every single market of the real time. And in short, we have the HASP and the 15-minute market transfers to be considered advisory, because there is nothing that is going to hold them to that value all the way through the realization of the dispatches. It is only the 5-minute market associated transfers that are really binding. Therefore, when we go through the different markets and we see the levels of the transfers that are applicable to any area, and in this specific case to the CAISO area, what we observe on those days is that there was a projection of healthy level of transfers coming into the CAISO, import transfers to the CAISO balancing area, that eventually in the 5-minute market didn't realize to that level. In some cases, we may have, I don't know, transfers projected of 2,000 megawatts in the HASP and FMM market. When we come to the 5-minute market, the transfers to realize were a fraction of that, 500, 300 megawatts. In some cases, the transfers may actually reverse, and rather than being an import, they became an export. And why does that matter? Well, when we are clearing the HASP process specifically, we are simply doing this balance of supply and demand. And implicitly, whether you have import transfers or export transfers, they are going to be considered as additional supply or additional demand for each corresponding balancing area. And they are going to be counted in the same way like the megawatts that are counted for any other internal supply. So if we are talking about the CAISO condition in which we are meeting our own load plus the hourly exports, the import transfers are a factor to consider to have the balancing of our demand and the exports. And in some cases, there may be this balancing condition in which the optimization is relying on a certain level of import transfers to balance CAISO load plus the level of exports that are going to be cleared. When that picture and projection change towards the 5-minute market, the dispatches that were projected for supply that were predicated on relying on the import transfers no longer are sufficient to meet the load obligation in the 5-minute market. If these transfers are no longer available, now it is additional supply from the CAISO that has to be dispatched in order to fill in that space that is left by the advisory transfers that are not realized. And that consequently is going to put more pressure to the CAISO supply, because now it has to increase that supply to that level, and in some cases may not be enough to meet all the load obligation for the CAISO balancing area. So it does have implications for balancing the real-time market for the CAISO area. And the logic I'm describing is not only applicable to the CAISO, but effectively to any other balancing area. There is an interplay, and this has been discussed in different forums, even in one of the previous policies regarding the resource efficiency evaluation phase 2. And that is, when we apply a load conformance to either of the sub-markets in the real time, how that load conformance is met can vary depending on the market. Similar to the explanation provided by Scott earlier today in the previous topic, you have this illustration in blue that stands for the dynamics of the load conformance for the HASP and FMM market. If we put a positive load conformance, that is an additional demand that has to be met with internal and the transfers, but there could be effectively 4 or 5 ways how that load conformance can be met. We can incrementally dispatch resources that are already online. We can commit additional resources. We can increase hourly imports. We can decrease hourly exports, or we can rely on this advisory transfer, because these megawatts count the same way in the HASP process. As we move from the HASP/FMM to the 5-minute market, the RTD market, we don't have the same variables to meet the conformance that is applicable to the system. In the RTD, there can be only either incremental dispatches for resources that are already online, or we can rely on additional transfers, or in some cases we can be infeasible. That could be another alternative. but we cannot commit resources, we cannot dispatch marginally hourly imports or exports, only internal movement of resources or changes of the EIM transfers. And that means that in the RTD market, we have a more reduced space to operate and be able to meet additional supply needs. This is the symptom. Now, what may cause the transfers to change from the projected values of the HASP FMM towards the binding RTD values? Basically, anything that is impacting the supply and demand can influence the level of the transfers, because again, the transfers are just a reflection of the balancing of supply and demand across the entire EIM footprint. It's not associated with a single balancing area, it's the overall balance. And some of the areas that we have explored and identified the drivers for that change to happen is because there are changes of loads in the area. There may be an updated forecast that happens. Keep in mind, when we are running the HASP market, that is about 70 minutes in advance of the actual balancing of the system. That is over 60 minutes in advance of the actual RTD market. Effectively, a lot of things can change in a period of 60 minutes. This is just the inherent nature of the real-time market. The forecast may change, may be updated. It can be higher, lower, not only for load, but also for solar and wind. There may be also changes and deltas between the market load conformance used in HASP versus the load conformance used in RTD, not only for the CAISO, but among any of the balancing areas composing the EIM market. And there can be resource deviations. In some cases, there was a projection that a resource was supposed to start up or transition or be at a certain point, and later on, for whatever reason, that resource is not meeting that expectation of the dispatch. And overall, I would say is anything that implies a supply or demand change that is going to effectuate changes to the transfers between the markets. And one of them may include any other type of operator actions, not only in the CAISO area, but in any area of the EIM market. Changes, for instance, of putting a manual dispatch on a resource to not be able to move higher, that eventually is going to deprive the market of projected supply that was supposed to be there and now is no longer available. That is going to change the transfers. A transition upward that was projected to happen at certain time in some balancing area and that instruction is blocked, is not realized, well, that is going to deprive of that supply projected to be available and therefore is going to change the EIM transfers. Anything that impacts the demand-supply condition is going to have an effect on the transfers because, again, the transfers are just a reflection of this balancing condition of supply and demand. When we start quickly analyzing the conditions in the evening of July 20, we start realizing all the moving pieces that precipitated the emergency condition. And the EIM transfer movement between the advisory of the HASP FMM market to the RTD market was one of those factors. The illustration that you have here, and we have been discussed this in previous market performance discussions, illustrates the delta between the HASP FMM towards the RTD transfers. A positive value means it's a transfer that didn't realize from HASP FMM to RTD. And we continue to observe that dynamic in the subsequent days. We have 2 more days of emergency conditions in July 25th and July 26th. And consequently, effectively in the afternoon of July 26th, the CAISO make the determination that for critical peak hours, and I believe we started with our ending 19 through 22, we would implement a limitation on the import transfers to the CAISO until we have addressed the uncertainty conditions we were facing. And what was the objective of having this practice in place? Well, we understand that the transfers are going to be a condition to consider for balancing supply and demand, and if that supply that is projected to be available is no longer available for the CAISO, now the CAISO has to fill in that missing megawatts. That was the bottom line concern. And limiting the transfer imports into the CAISO mitigated for that uncertainty whether we could count or not on that supply provided by the EIM transfer. If we limited that supply from the HASP and FMM market, we can more realistically know how much demand for the CAISO plus exports we can reliably fulfill in HASP and FMM that wouldn't be that different to what eventually is going to be needed in the RTD market. And in the end, this was a practice not only to provide certainty for the CAISO supply side, but also for the export transactions, because if the exports were clearing based on these advisory import transfers that later on were not available, eventually we may not be able to even meet those exports. So it was more certainty for the marketplace at large. This is a picture that illustrates the before and after for a period of a week of what the transfers were before we implemented the limitation. And it's a very busy plot because there are a lot of stream flows, and that simply means that there were a lot of different transfers happening from different areas to another set of different areas. It's a lot of transfers, and that is a good thing because that reflects the value of the market to be able to find every single possible economical opportunity through the transfers. And there are some values there in the y-axis that tells you the volume on average. I cannot see that number from here, but on the right-hand side you have the same scale, and you have how the transfers look like after we implemented the limitations. And here are a couple of takeaways. The first one is that the transfer didn't dry up in the EIM market. You can see that, relatively speaking, there was still a very healthy volume of transfers in the footprint. Granted, you can see the reduction of the CAISO transfers being significant because on the left-hand side you have that portion highlighted with the arrow, and that translated with the limitation to the little arrow that you have on the right-hand side. So yes, CAISO transfers reduced significantly. And in some cases, it is an interesting pattern to see that some of the transfers that could naturally come through the dynamic transfers of the CAISO somehow made all their way through the Pacific Northwest to come effectively as static transfers. They could still come to some extent. And you still have many other balancing areas being able to leverage on the economic opportunities of the transfers across the EIM footprint. There is an area that has caught a lot of interest in terms of the implications of having these transfer limitations in place. As I indicated, the motivation for this limitation was to get a better picture, a more realistic picture of the available supply that could be realistically available for the CAISO to meet its load obligation plus the export obligation. And when we impose a limitation, regardless of the area, what we are limiting is how much supply we can rely on from external to be able to meet the internal demand. If that reliance on import transfers is limited, that effectively means we are going to rely more heavily on internal supply. And that simply means that we are going to potentially give up on some economic opportunities that the economic transfers may represent. Instead of relying on cheaper transfers, we may have to dispatch more expensive generation internal to the area that is being limited, in this case, the CAISO. And that is a very natural consequence of having that EIM transfer limitation. By virtue of the limitation, we are limiting what supply can meet the CAISO demand, and that simply means higher prices. This is what eventually results in what we call a price separation. Higher prices in the CAISO area, lower prices outside the CAISO area. and the price difference is basically captured through the congestion of the EIM transfers. This illustration is a little bit busy, but shows that there are basically two sets of trends. One in the dotted line, that is the CAISO area, and you can see that generally speaking, it was higher than the rest representing the different areas in different regions, and they in general trended lower, and that is the natural consequence of having that limitation. What is the implications of having these limitations for the CAISO? Well, it means that more expensive supply is going to be dispatched internal to the CAISO. The external areas are going to still be dispatched in merit based on the supply economics of their own area. They are going to be dispatched in merit. It happens that it's going to be a cheaper price, generally speaking. The congestion is really what is putting these pieces as a whole, because that is what is creating the price separation. Now, regardless of what area you are dealing with, the resources will continue to be dispatched in merit. That means they are not dispatched uneconomically because of this transfer limitation. And here is an interesting part. People may infer that, well, because there was a transfer limitation in the CAISO area, there were much higher prices. In some cases, you can see, for instance, in the period of, I would say, August 13, 14, the price in the CAISO area on average were like $750, while the prices in the rest of the EIM were maybe lower than $150. People may claim, well, having the limitations in place prevented the EIM areas to be able to sell power at the price of $750. Well, that's actually an illusion, because there is no such opportunity cost. The prices of $750 happen to be that high precisely because we have the limitation in place. If you don't have the limitation in place, that price would not realize. So there is no loss opportunity at that price. There could be a loss opportunity at much lower prices, potentially the prices that are related to the rest of the EIM market. But there was no loss opportunity for sales at the price of $750 because precisely they were created because of the limitation. Once you remove the limitation, such prices will no longer exist. More about the practice that we have. How we did that? Well, it was very targeted. First, it was only for the import direction. We were limiting only imports coming into the CAISO to rely more on internal supply. We were not limiting in any way the export transfers out of the CAISO. That means if other areas needed power from the CAISO, they were free to flow and be able to be met with CAISO supply. The other feature is that we limited only what we call the dynamic transfers, the ones that can be optimized, re-optimized in each of the markets to precisely limit the movement and uncertainty produced by these dynamic transfers. That was targeted specifically for the peak hours. We started with hour ending 19 through 22. As we progress through the season, I think the hour may shift 1 or 2 hours just because it gets darker sooner in the day. And this limitation was applied only to the HASP, hourly ahead process, and the 15-minute process. It was not implemented to the 5-minute market. In the 5-minute market, the transfers could be realized in either direction. And another nuance on this is that specific to the CAISO, we have hourly imports and exports. By no means the import limitations that we have for the transfers have any implications directly for limiting the hourly imports and exports that are part of the HASP process. Here is another piece of information that we have discussed in the past, and that is we have explained the mechanics, the reasoning why we implemented that practice. The pending item is why we keep that practice in place for so long. It was not just for the days of the emergency. Effectively, we start applying that somewhere in the evening of July 26. I believe first hour was hour ending 20. and that continued every day for the peak hours through November 16. I think it's a very valid question to ask why the CAISO had the need to have this limitation in place for so long, even after we have passed the critical summer conditions. Well, the answer is captured in the last bullet, and that is the dynamic of the transfers evolving from one market to the other, reducing from one market to the other, was in place at that time, continues to be in place as of now. It is a dynamic that is still in place. The reason why we extended that practice for that long is because there were effectively other type of uncertainties imposed in the system that make us concerned about the balancing of the system. What do I mean by that? Even though the dynamic of the transfers has continued to exist even after we stopped the practice, there were three specific issues impacting the performance of the system and the market that to some extent precipitated the emergencies of July. And that simply adds to the operational risk that we were trying to mitigate. And until we have the certainty that these other type of conditions that created this operational risk were mitigated, we wanted to not introduce this other level of uncertainty posed by the transfers. What were those factors driving this operational uncertainty that led us to continue to use this practice? One is that the operators have many displays, many reference points to assess the health and the condition of the system they are operating. One of these critical reference of visibility is how much ramp dispatchability they have right now for the next 5 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. That gives them the feeling of how much room they have to balance the system in the very short term. It happens that that display was actually inaccurate. Even though we were running out of supplies, that display was projecting that they have available an extra 1,000 megawatts that were not in place indeed. And until that display was fixed, that sense of security was not there because they didn't know exactly the precise ramp dispatchability that was present to be able to tackle the balancing conditions. There was another item that was discussed earlier today in the other topic, and that has to do with the fact that in the very critical days of July, the market determined that it needed to reduce certain level of exports. I believe it was projecting in some critical case to reduce about 4,800, 5,000 megawatts of exports, and about a half of that eventually didn't follow the reduction. They were still tagging to the original schedule. That was possible because the way that a couple of systems internal to the CAISO were configured allowed for that practice to happen. And that also introduces uncertainty to the operation of the system, because if we were projecting to not have to meet these 5,000 megawatts and suddenly you realize that, well, actually a half of those are still flowing, that's still a problem of supply, because now it's supply that we have to get out of the limited condition that we have. These two issues related to the tagging were addressed through a specific business practice manual changes. There are two specific PRRs that we worked through the post-summer months, and eventually these two issues were fixed by November 16th. And that was indeed the trigger to stop with the practice of the limitation of the transfers. And the last of the three components that introduced this operational uncertainty was the fact that there was a model challenge. There was a practice change for neighboring balancing areas in how the schedules that are associated in common transactions between CAISO and these balancing areas have to be scheduled through the EIM market. Effectively, because of the practice change implemented sometime even before the emergencies, there was some type of double counting of certain scheduling transactions in the DC line. The CAISO model was accounting for the injections, The balancing areas, neighboring areas were also accounting for that, and it shouldn't, so it was effectively double counting the schedules for the CAISO transaction. And that effectively represented additional injections in the system that happened to be in the location where they exacerbated congestion on these critical constraints of the CAISO in these days. I believe that was part 26. Therefore, we have this extra movement of exacerbated congestion because of this modeling issue. When you put all these pieces together, you end up in a place where you have a lot of operational uncertainty because you don't have the supply that you believe you have. You may have congestion that may be decking resources that you need to move resources up. You may have additional exports that eventually you were not projecting to have. In the end, it's impacting the overall supply and demand of the system. That was the main driver to keep the practice in place. And once these three issues were addressed, we effectively stopped the practice of the limitation of the transfers. Again, it's not because something has changed in the way the transfer realized between HASP and FMM and RTD. That logic, that dynamic continued to exist even after November 16, is the fact that we mitigated for the items that introduce additional uncertainty in the balancing of the system by virtue of these three elements. And I believe that's what we have for this topic. Oh, there is one more piece. And naturally, the next question is going to be, what is supposed to happen for this summer? As I indicated, we have mitigated these three big issues that we have as we discovered from the operations of the last summer. The dynamic of the advisory transfers not realizing into the RTD market may continue to exist. We haven't specifically tackled that item. That is something that may take a longer discussion on what potential improvements or enhancements we have to do to tackle that. And because of that, I don't think we are saying that we will not longer use the limitation. That is a feature that is available not only for the CAISO, it's available and has been used by any entity in the EIM footprint to different extents, obviously. But it's a feature and a tool that can be useful for dealing with very critical conditions. So we don't want to deprive ourselves of that utilization if the conditions arise. The area we're improving is the communication. I think we can do a better job in communicating when we are taking these actions. Part of the complexity was that it was not transparent that the CAISO was continuing to do these actions for that long. When that limitation is in place, the standard communication, not only for the CAISO, but for any EIM area, is to basically communicate through an Everbridge message. And that is something that is within the EIM areas. In addition to that, we are going to have this communication that eventually is actually copied into OASIS. And that would provide more transparency if the CAISO is applying this type of limitation. And that is what we have. Now, we have tried and we continue to explore if there are ways how we can define more procedurally what would be the criteria for the CAISO to trigger the limitation to enter and exit the limitation period. The conditions of July are very good reflection of the complexity of this. If we try to rely on a trigger that is predicated on the supply-demand conditions of the day ahead and so on, it's not going to be captured. The July emergency is a very good testament that these conditions happen until the last minute in the real time. They were inherently very dynamic. So trying to define a criteria ex ante with information that may not be reflective of that dynamic is going to be complex, if not even feasible. So I would say that given the inherent dynamics of the real time, it's a matter of wait and see when these conditions may arise that the CAISO may need it. Do we expect to have that for so long like what we did in the previous summer? No, we don't expect that because, again, we have mitigated for the issues that were the drivers for extending the utilization of that limitation. And this is the update we have for the topic of the EIM transfer limit. So I think now is a good time to take any questions there may be.
Okay, the first one we got in queue is Michelle Quito. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Guillermo. This is Michelle Quito from the CPUC Energy Division. So you said one of the issues was that folks weren't following the export instructions. And I see you guys sent out a customer training and readiness notice on November 15th saying, beginning on November 15th, the CAISO will change its process for managing late ETAG submissions after T-20. ISO operations may, on a case-by-case basis, manually approve any late ETAGs as opposed to automatic approval of late ETAGs. This process will no longer automatically approve late ETAGs. So was the issue that folks were submitting late ETAGs to reinstate exports that were cut in the HASP and they were automatically approved? Am I reading that right?
Yes, the automatic is basically, it was through the system that there was no validation or verification, it was just automatically approved through the system.
Okay, so I mean, I guess it seems like people were misusing the system, and as a result, CAISO customers had to pay more because we kept this functionality in place to protect us from folks e-tagging exports that weren't feasible. Am I reading that right?
Well, it's a feature that has been in place that way, I don't know for how long. Once we realize of this dynamics is when we start taking the action to ensure that this auto-approval was no longer in place, right? So,
but isn't another option tail the low priority exports post HASP? I mean, if they're tagging e-tags that aren't feasible, it seems like one possibility is just to cut the tag.
Well, I think in concepts that sounds simple. You have to realize that there are practical implications, right? If you are an operator and you are balancing the system during an emergency, and you have to go and zoom through dozens and dozens of records, that becomes less practical.
Okay, so I do have other questions. So when you were looking at why the EIM advisory transfers systematically didn't show up on those days, I guess it was the 20th, the 24th, and 25th, you stated a number of reasons that could occur, but do you know why it occurred? Because it seems like it's important to really understand why it occurred so that you can know when you need to use the functionality in the future. I mean, I could say it was really, really, really hot in the Southwest, and is that going to be a time when you need to use that functionality? I mean, do you guys have any sense? Because it was a 40,000 megawatt day for us, and we shouldn't have been in an emergency, and yet we were. So I'm just trying to understand when we might use that functionality and why.
Yeah, I wish I could give you a better reference, Michelle, of what the magic trigger criteria is going to be here. What I'm indicating before is that this is highly predicated in the real-time conditions, right? Now, to the comment that you are making that, well, this happened when we have a 40 low-ish day. Yeah, that is precisely the complexity, because we are dealing here not with an issue of capacity. It was an issue of ramp dispatchability, how fast the resources can move, rather whether you have or not the resources.
But so isn't the issue, sorry,
it's a different dynamic, yeah.
Yeah, but isn't the issue the exports on our system, right? So if you go back to page 104, if you go back to page 104, I believe. So if you stop there, on July 20th, we were supporting 10,000 megawatts of exports or wheels during our net peak. And doesn't that seem like that was the issue, right?
No, it's not, and let me try to explain why. So you are right, that was, and we have put that information in the summer report. We have indicated that that was not an issue, that we were not with the supply available to meet our demand. You are right, we have a 40 lowish day of demand, and we have over 50,000 megawatts of total supply available, right? So we have supply available to be able to meet that and even more. And because we have that plenty supply, we were able to clear that many exports. But what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the conditions of the emergencies that arose during the July conditions were not because of a power balance condition that do we have enough capacity, do we have enough supply to meet my demand? No, that was not the problem. Otherwise, it would have been captured in the D+1, D+3, and the D+7 projections of that. It was not a matter of having or not the supply. The supply was there. It was whether in the real time, when you are going through the ramp, whether those resources that are committed to meet those needs were able to move fast enough to match your movement of the demand.
Right, but...
And that can happen at 40,000 or at 50,000 megawatts.
I understand, but it seems like a semantic issue. It seems like we thought we had enough resources, including the WEIM advisories, but when you lose 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 of them, then you don't have enough resources, right?
Oh yeah, you have more room for sure. There are more chances that you are going to have more resources that can, in a smaller portion, move all together to get you more ramp, right? Yeah, by definition, that can happen.
And if the WEIM advisories aren't there, the LPT exports aren't supported. And if they're not there, then we have to support it with internal resources, and we're not able to do that. We don't have the resources to support 1,000 megawatts of ramp or 10,000 megawatts of low priority exports in wheels when WEIM advisories don't show up in the market. And likewise, when exports that we cut in half don't cut. So that, I mean, it does seem like a resource issue, but I think that's semantics. Okay. So what about trying to understand why the WEIM advisories didn't show up?
Yeah, and I would suggest you, Michelle, and I don't know if you have done that, we try to put as much details as possible in the summer report for July. And I can tell you, I cannot point to one reason. There were at least more than 10 reasons why the EIM transfers eventually realized in a different way in the RTD market. And I tried to capture that in a summary in one of the slides that I just went through, indicating what could be the drivers for these EIM transfer changes. And this is just a summary of what we describe in more detail in the summer report. In general, any changes to the supply and demand are going to influence the transfer dynamics. And supply and demand may mean many different types of changes. Load conformance, the forecast error, the renewable error, the resource deviations, operator actions, all that add up to put you in a position where eventually the transfers are different.
Okay, so you don't know exactly under what circumstances you might implement the WEIM advisory transfer export or constraint then this summer is what I'm hearing. If you don't know why it occurs or when it occurs, then how can you know when to implement it?
No, we know why the transfers change. What I'm indicating is that there may be different drivers next time that manifest in that condition to reflect the transfer changes, right? And we don't know if that is going to happen this evening or in a month, or they will not happen because these are inherently related to the real-time dynamics. We know how and why they can happen. We don't know exactly when they are starting to happen.
Okay. So just my final question, sort of comment is, if you're relying on WEIM advisory transfers, which are inherently uncertain, to support low priority exports, aren't we then firming up non-firm load? And doesn't that present a reliability risk to California if we don't cut low priority exports post-HASP?
Yeah, I think you bring a good item, Michelle, that is due for more discussion. I think we highlighted this item of the advisory transfers in the previous initiative of the resource efficiency evaluation. And yes, I don't think we are done with this topic, so there is a need for more discussion.
Okay, well, I just want to go back to that because what we decided was we weren't going to allow them to tag unless they cleared the market, but other entities didn't like that. So we reverted to allowing them to tag and get their tags approved even before the market. So now CAISO has to cut those, and if they don't follow the cut instructions, it's my understanding that everyone on the ETAG needs to agree to the need to, which also seems like a reliability issue, right? If somebody just doesn't agree because of exigent circumstances, then CAISO load is going to have to support that, right?
Yeah, I hear you, Michelle, and I think we are not done with any of these topics, so we will find what will be the best way to continue the conversation on this. And I think these are pretty convoluted items that we cannot just resolve on the fly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Next we have Robert. Please be sure to introduce your affiliation.
Hi, my name is Robert Fisher with NV Energy. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, Irma. It's great that you landed on this slide. This is where the start of my questions are. Each one of these items you're describing for the advisory transfers, these are all applicable to CAISO as well as WEIM. Isn't that correct?
I would say yes.
So I find it very interesting that we have all this information in regards to the advisory transfers, but we're not showing any of the CAISO deviations there, because some of the solution in regards to supporting of these exports could have also come from HASP schedules or HASP commitments or HASP advisory schedules that didn't show up in real time, and could be equatable to the loss of the advisory transfers, which you are essentially showing is the reason that the exports were supported. Do we have any of that data so that we can make that comparison? Because, you know, some of the transfers during this time frame, the Pacific Northwest specifically was kind of isolated. So there's a smaller bubble situation that occurred. So it's not quite the entire area leading to these transfers. So I'd be curious why the advisory schedules versus, you know, possible deviations within CAISO.
Yeah, I generally follow your description, Robert, but can you be more specific when you refer to the comparison, what you have in mind?
Yeah, for sure. So take, for example, resource deviations. I assume CAISO wasn't 100% in regards to their dispatches being deviating between the HASP schedules versus the 5-minute schedules. Was this, you know, was it just specifically the WEIM was really bad during this time and CAISO was 100% following their schedules? I assume those resource deviations were probably pretty similar between the WEIM as well as CAISO. So, you know, it could be that advisory schedules were a contributing factor to, you know, the supporting these exports, but I could also see if there were some resource deviations on the CAISO side, that could also be a contributing factor. Okay. Another aspect of this, I mean, that's just one example. I have a couple more comments on that. So if you just want to ask about your comment on that statement, then.
No, now I understand the comparison. Yeah, and this slide, by the way, is trying to capture that generally, right? We are not saying that it's only one side of the equation. These changes will indeed happen anywhere in the EIM footprint. But
we're only seeing the data for the advisory transfers. I'm not seeing any other data in regards to CAISO's performance during this time frame.
Okay, now I think I'm going back to stage 0. So I follow your idea of what is the delta of the resources in CAISO potentially with the delta relative to the other EIM areas, right? But the last piece got me lost, Robert. Help me here.
Yeah, I can't do those apples to apples comparisons, Irma, because I haven't seen the CAISO side of the data. All you've been presenting is the advisory transfer data. And you're saying that the advisory transfers went away, but we don't know if anything in the CAISO side went away as well. Did load increase? Did resource deviations occur? Did renewable forecast change? Those types of things. So I can't really present that information because I only have one side of the story based on the information that you provided. And that's what I'm asking about is where's that other side of that story?
Well, actually, that other side of the story is in the summer performance report for July, Robert. There is a series of matrices that we put in there that classifies these deltas by different areas, and a lot of that was actually into the CAISO. One of those, for instance, that is very specific to the CAISO is how the batteries were performing. So please check that information and then see if there is anything else missing.
Yeah. So you're stating that it could have also been CAISO performance, not necessarily the advisory transfers that have caused this issue.
I don't feel I can answer that question because I don't think that question is properly characterized. So,
okay. My second question about this too is you have renewable forecast difference, load forecast updates. Are you indicating that FRP isn't working as designed? There should have been FRP to protect against those type of performance aspects. I know there was some isolation between the EIM areas, and a lot of the transfers are now in the Pacific Northwest, but if those are not deliverable, was that a contributing factor to that as well?
Yes, and that is also discussed in the summer performance report of July. And in some cases, we have indicated that the level of uncertainty that was realized was beyond the projected uncertainty level that we protected for.
Okay. Okay. One last question in regards to the next slide, please. As you know, I'm not a fan of this slide, but I wanted to ask a question. If you look at the transfer differences between, say, July 20th and the 26th, as you previously showed with the load bias, during the 20th, there was very little load bias, and the trend almost seems to follow the difference here, where up to the 26th, you know, there were load biases up to 5,000 megawatts. I find it very interesting that instead of, you know, locking the imports, you could have just decreased the HAS bias and the FMM bias, and these transfers would have potentially decreased as well. Was that a consideration rather than locking the imports?
Numerically speaking, and following your math, yes, but that is not the objective of the load conformance, right? The objective of the load conformance is to secure additional capability in the CAISO system. Now, to your point, that I think you mentioned, I don't know now or before, you are making a correlation of the level of import transfers relative to the level of the load conformance. And yes, there is a correlation, and indeed we have studied this to a great extent. And here is the catch, and that information is actually also available in another report that we did for the day-ahead market enhancement. Depending on the condition that you are dealing with, that could vary as frequently as hourly, you cannot guarantee that there is a one-to-one relationship. And we have shown that with actual data of the market, in which for a given level of load conformance, say 100 megawatts, depending on the conditions, you can end up in a series of results where a load conformance of $1,500 may give you 1,500 megawatts, can give you 0 import transfers, or can give you all the way up to 1,500 megawatts of transfer. So it's granted that all the conformance is going to be met with the transfers, and that is the piece of information we have tried to match.
I do remember that report.
Yeah, there will be cases in which, yes, there is a level of transfer that are going to be utilized to meet the level of conformance that you have, but it's not a static relationship. Otherwise, we would have fixed this since a while ago.
Yeah, and my recollection from that report was about 50% of the time you get commitments and schedules, and the other half you get transfers. And that almost seems to correlate perfectly with this, as you can see on the 25th and 26th, the transfer distance is around 3,000. Load bias was close to 5,000 during that time frame. So they seem to perfectly correlate along with that report as well. So it's kind of an interesting aspect. You know, if there's requests in the future, I'd really love to see this data further out in July when those load bias principles you guys had put in were being done. But thank you very much for your answers, and we'll continue to monitor for this stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Do we have, okay, we have two more.
Yes, Julie, you're next. Make sure to introduce yourself.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Julie McCullum. I'm with Tucson Electric Power. And one thing that first of all, thank you for presenting on this topic. I know it's been a hot topic for a while and appreciate the great summary that was provided today of the issues. I wanted to point out one thing, which is that there is a summer market performance report for July 2023 specifically that I have looked at in great detail in order to glean some additional information from the WEIM impact specifically. And on page 118 of that report, there is a matrix that actually shows the unrealized supply from WEIM entities by type of region, by WEIM region, and by type of resource. And in that matrix, by far, the largest contributor across all WEIM entities is variable energy resources. So, we keep saying that you have mitigated for the issues, but CAISO, in my opinion, has yet to address the largest contributor, which is the VERS. The WEIM entities, specifically TEP, we presented on this topic last December at the joint WEIM call, and we pointed out the significant delay in VER forecast updates and how long it takes for changes in forecasted output to get processed and then ultimately digested into real-time instructions. Some of that delay is inherent just due to the nature of these renewables, but we demonstrated that more than half of that delay was due to CAISO's practice of, in our opinion, unnecessarily pushing VER forecast updates through the ALF system. At that time, we asked the forecasting group to look into whether that's really necessary because we are already providing time series and timestamp data. We've asked about this a number of times because we do feel like it could cut back significantly on processing time and really close some of that gap that we're seeing as far as the differences between the advisory and the binding. But as far as I know, there's never been a response provided formally by CAISO or really any appetite to address this specific contributor to unrealized supply, which is just going to be getting exacerbated as the West continues adding more renewables into their resource portfolios. So again, I really appreciate all the discussion, but I really would love if we could kind of come back to that topic because it is such a large contributor for the Desert Southwest specifically.
Yeah, thank you, Julie, for the comment. We would like to follow up offline to ensure that you are heard and we can follow on the issue that you have. I understand that you're referring to the person that we have to define the persistency forecast. Yeah, so please let us just follow up offline so that we can address properly your concern.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to jump. This is Amber. I just want to jump in to Julie. We have heard that we've looked at the VER component within some of those WEIM quarterly meetings. It is on the agenda for the forecasting quarterly meeting in July as well. So we do recognize it and are working to see what options are there. I will note that the CAISO renewable forecasts flow through the same process, right? And that persistence is available in the market to assist with that latency that's coming from the external forecasts in. But we'll talk about it more at the forecasting meeting too.
Great, Amber, appreciate that. And I apologize if that agenda was already published and I just didn't see it, but yeah, looking forward to the conversation. The persistence in particular, we just now are in the process of getting that enabled. We had tried to do it before, but there's so much historical data that's required. I think we had to wait like 2 years just to have the amount of data that was needed or required by the team to implement that. So hopefully, as more of us are hitting kind of those 1 and 2 year marks in the WEIM, it will be easier for people to maybe elect that option and help out with this. So thank you.
Yeah, persistence is available for anybody who is interested from the WEIM,
At this time, it does require a year of historical data, which Julie's referencing. We will talk about that a little bit during the forecasting meeting too, but if you guys need any assistance with that, feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Next, we have Dan Williams.
Hi, Guillermo. This is Dan Williams again from the Energy Authority. I'll try to be quick here because I know you still got a lot of good content to get to in the next section. I would love for us to have a workshop on all of this to bring a number of us who have been looking at these issues for a lot of years into the same room and see what sort of problem solving we might be able to do. I have something to pick up on that where kind of Robert left off, but just a quick practical question. You mentioned the notification going out through the Everbridge system to EIM entities. Is that going to EIM scheduling coordinators as well? And if so, can we get that out on OASIS publicly as quickly as possible? It feels like it's not really fair to intertime market participants for other market participants to know about limitations that may impact price and flows, but not have the entire market aware of it.
Yeah, my understanding, Dan, is that with this message, basically a copy is sent to OASIS instantaneously, so it should be in real time. But I will confirm in case there is any type of delay. I don't believe so.
The other thing, then, it's kind of going a little bit off of Robert's comments, but there is a correlation that I think you can pick up when looking back at the load conformance, looking at these issues with advisory imports, going back to sort of the exceptional growth of the EIM from call it 2016, and then another big jump up in 18, 19, 20, that we've had a just diminished intertie market liquidity over the last few years as more and more entities have taken all of their kind of real-time transactions with the CAISO into the EIM, and most of the time that's not a bad thing. It's it's a very fast-responding market that finds efficient price signals, and and when we're not in these kind of liminal situations, it works well. But there is sort of that downside of not having the same confidence that you have. Not having with EIM transfers the same confidence that you get out of having an hourly block import or hourly block export. And I think the link there, the correlation is just that, as he said in the load conformance section, that operators are looking to do load conformance in HASP as a way to clear more block imports in HASP so that they can know that they're going to depend on those for the hour, be able to back down resources inside the CAISO, and then as you pull out the load conformance in FMM and RTD, then you've created headroom on resources inside the CAISO, and that used to work great until the sort of the predominance flipped over into EIM. So which is not to criticize EIM, it's just to say there may be some things that need to be done or that could be done during these types of situations to develop some policies, maybe some price incentives. It's something similar to what you did for incentivizing hourly block imports with the make-whole provisions back in summer 2021, but something that would sort of incentivize EIM entities when they are able to lock in hourly transfers to do that through your intertie market, and then maintain some smaller amount of flexibility through the EIM to solve for truly within hour imbalances. Those are the type of things I'd like to spend some workshop time, thinking through, and whether there might be something there that could help this all work together better on our way to, I think EDAM and DAME are going to be a significant, help in all of this once all of that reaches the scale that EIM is at now.
No, yeah, thank you so much, Dan. And these are fascinating comments that I appreciate, and I can see the implications of what you're indicating. Now, regarding your specific proposal to have a working group, I think I can take that back internal to the CAISO. I don't recall if Becky was signaling anything of that this morning, but we are in the works to potentially have another round of the resource efficiency evaluation phase 3. So we are doing some analytics as the groundwork first. So there may be a natural opportunity there to ramp up that discussion in this context.
Yeah, thanks. There's aspects of this that are price formation. There's aspects that are resource efficiency. But end of the day, it impacts sort of all market participants. And I hope that when there are any discussions going on about policy changes or operational changes around any of this, that it's something that all market participants are included in and not just the EIM community.
Point taken, yeah, thank you. Oh, yes. Left hand.
Thanks, Guillermo. Maybe I have a question for Amber. This is Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. Touching back on the situation with Tucson, to the extent there's some hurdle to clear with data history, has the CAISO thought about sort of proxies to information, like maybe the EIM market participant and CAISO could agree on something that could be subbed in for the 1 year of history? You know, maybe it's nearby facilities or some, you know, effort at forecasting the thing together, and both people sign on, and you sort of have something standing in there to flip the switch on persistence.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, we are looking at that as well and looking what the qualifications would be to do that. I can talk a little bit about the importance right now of why it's 1 year. So what we're doing during that period of time is we're building specifically for the solar resources. The wind resources can go on persistence right away. The solar resources are the ones that require the longer set of data, and that's to build the ramp curves. They each have a sunset and sunrise curve for each day of the year to make sure that we're appropriately capturing sunrise and sunset appropriately for each one of those facilities, right? And each facility has different dynamics. Some of them are slightly overbuilt, some of them may not be, and different characteristics to them, that those shapes are slightly different. So that's where the 1 year comes from. There is the possibility that you could use a nearby site of similar characteristics, which we're trialing, but we need to trial that more. I will say that everybody has the same piece right now, right? CAISO solar resources don't go on persistence until there's a year of data as well. But we see that there's the potential benefit there. So are evaluating our options to be able to maybe produce that. I will note during that time, some of the methodologies an external forecast service provider uses we want to make sure that if we enable persistence earlier with this less set of data, that we're still providing a better forecast than that external forecast service provider could do. So we have to take all those things into consideration. But that's where it's coming from. We're definitely exploring it and seeing if we can do that with some nearby facilities of similar makeup. But each facility, as you guys know, has a little bit of different characteristics associated with it, even if they're right next to each other. But it's something that we are exploring.
Awesome. Thanks for the nuance in the background.
No more questions.
Okay. Okay, let's switch topics. I think this is a less contentious topic. It's a more happy path topic that typically we cover just in the standard metric catalogs that we have at the end of the deck. And we brought this topic because you may have seen that it is very typical for the CAISO system to break all type of records during the shoulder months. I'm referring to the amount of solar production, to the percentage of load served by renewable resources. So I want to put some nice trends here to give a bigger picture of the condition rather than going by the day of the record that we have observed for the last 3 months or so. And this is pretty limited to the typical areas that we have discussed in a long time regarding the penetration of renewable resources. And the first trend that we have is the level of curtailment of renewable resources. Every year, we tend to see a new record high of the volume of energy curtailed from renewable resources. When I refer to curtailment, I really mean it's a reduction relative to the natural production of the resource. And when we look at the drivers for that level of curtailment, an interesting component is that why might think that the reductions are primarily just because we have too much supply. And actually, that is not the case. As you can see from the trend and that is presented here and also in other reports that we put together, the main driver for the level of reduction of renewable curtailment that we have is actually congestion. It happens that there are many renewable resources in a location that impact some transmission constraints, and therefore the market, like it does for any type of supply, it has to move resources, it has to deck resources to be able to do the congestion management. If you look at, in aggregate, the period of 2016 to 2024, about 80% of all the renewable curtailment have actually been due to congestion. Congestion is quite generic description because it's not always the same constraint. There may be many constraints that may change over time. There are some critical areas that are going to be persistent, but in general, it can be any transmission constraint creating this congestion that leads to have resources to be decked. Why is that so interesting? Because at the same time we have seen an increase of renewable curtailments, we have seen an explosive growth of storage resources. And it's quite intuitive to think that, well, if you are adding storage resources that can take energy of excess in the middle of the day when you have just too much supply, how can it be that we are basically with over 8,000 megawatts of batteries in the system and we indeed continue to have more and more curtailment, right? So why storage resources are not helping to mitigate for the need to reduce clean energy from renewable resources? Well, because the condition is not oversupply. The condition is congestion. And for congestion, it's really not a matter of how many megawatts you have in excess or not. It's about where those megawatts are located. And therefore, it's not intuitive just to make an association that for every megawatt of a storage resource integrated to the system, you would expect to see 1 megawatt less of renewable production not reduced. Again, because 80% of that is going to be driven by a condition of the transmission system. And I don't know how obvious this has been, but we wanted to make that connection because with the level of penetration that we currently have for storage resources, it becomes more obvious that the renewable reduction is not going to go away because of that. I can take the question now.
Very good. Thanks, Guillermo. Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. So I think you used the word deck earlier and sort of making this connection between an actual physical movement of a resource as compared to my interpretation of how CAISO arrives at a value for curtailment is as simple as schedule minus actual. So I don't think there's necessarily a lot of decking happening for curtailment. There's a schedule, which I think is probably a day-ahead schedule, and then there's real-time what happens, which is the congestion that you're alluding to. I think there's other things that CAISO may be able to do to help sort of flag that, you know, it's not operators sending some instruction. The vast majority of this is economic, so we can see it through the bids, and participants who really need to flow, they bid negative and they pay to flow. So I think that's easy to see. The piece that gets trickier is you know, so to the extent there is some change in either the resource, or if we can start flagging things like transmission outages, resource outages, any of these extra things that sort of impact the situation of the resource between schedule and actual, I think all of that would go to sort of better support the notion that, you know, no, there's not really necessarily a lot of decking happening. We've got this rough measure of curtailment that is schedules minus actual, but there's a lot happening. So if there's time to sort of add more detail to the sort of question, I think that might help people understand the situation a little better.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me just follow up on that for the clarification, because when we refer to curtailments, this is really a market construct that we are tracking. And there is what we call a natural production of the resource. There is also the reference of the market dispatch. And there is also the forecast of what the production is going to be. So the estimates that we currently track are effectively the difference between that forecasted value versus what we actually dispatch. We can go more granular and actually take the actual, right? And the expectation is that the resources should follow the dispatch, and therefore the actual should be kind of the same as the dispatch. And when I refer to decking, it's really a market construct, because fortunately over the years, the majority or a large volume of renewable resources are now economically participating in the market. So they are giving us the flexibility, and that is one of the reasons we don't have that much oversupply, because they are being flexible economically, telling us what is the price at which they are willing to reduce their production naturally. And that is the construct that we use for the market when a resource is going to be dispatched below the natural economic dispatch because of either oversupply or congestion. For us, it's a decremental dispatch. And that is how we are really measuring here the curtailment. And I find interesting your second comment about the actuals, and that is actually something that we can track. I will see we can do something moving forward.
And so obviously the errors in these forecasts are a factor as well. So yes, all those things, the more you can shine a light on it, I think the better. But I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have another question. Let's take that now. Doug, I think you can speak.
Doug Bocignone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. Is the footprint for this the Western EIM or just the CAISO BAA?
Oh no, this is only the CAISO balancing area.
And then are you saying economic oversupply, is that just like ignoring internal constraints, just the load resource balance difference that could be addressed by bids from renewables?
Sorry, I'm afraid I couldn't
let me
follow.
say, I'm trying to understand the difference between economic oversupply and economic congestion.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry. Now I understand your question. Sorry. We have a classification, and that classification is a legacy classification that we have in the old days where there were not many renewable resources participating economically. So let me go quickly through the classification. I think that would be more effective. So the nature of the reductions could be either economic, exceptional dispatch, ED, or self-schedule. Economic means that is a decremental dispatch fully directed because of the economics of the market. The price may be $10, and if there is a resource that has the right bid, it's going to be moved down because it needs to be in merit. So it's just purely based on the economics of the market. That is different than the reduction that we may have induced because of an exceptional dispatch. The ED is basically the operator telling the resource, regardless of the economics, you need to move down to this point. It's an instruction, it's an instruction to follow by the operator. And then we have the self-schedule. The only difference between self-schedule and economic is that the resource didn't submit an economic bid. They were just putting a self-schedule saying, I want to flow, I want to produce regardless of the price. There are some cases where even if they put a self-schedule and the conditions are ripe, even these resources can be dispatched decrementally just because we didn't have any other factor to consider, or we exhausted all the economic movement. Now next is to reduce the self-schedule. It's the nature of the instruction, the nature of the participation that makes this type of classification. Does that help?
Oh, yeah. So I understand the difference between those three, but what's the difference between the oversupply and the congestion? Is that just the congestion is when you have internal constraints, that then, if those constraints weren't there, you could have continued to generate.
Correct. Yeah. The congestion, the other dimension to the classification is congestion versus oversupply. Oversupply is a operating condition in which we have just too much supply. We cannot meet, we have already supply enough to meet our demand, and we have that excess. So the market has to reduce the renewable resources to get in balance. It's a matter of supply equals demand. Versus congestion is not a matter of supply equals demand. It's a matter that the resource, by the way of producing its clean energy, is not able to flow fully on a limited transmission element, and therefore, regardless of the supply-demand condition, it has to be reduced to be able to fit into the limited transmission capacity.
But it's not just like the way I was characterizing it, where you just look at loads versus resources and say, there's more resource than load, but I couldn't find a place to put that supply, so I had to back it down.
Right. Yeah, and it could be that supply can be met by meeting our own internal demand, by meeting exports, by having export transfers to other balancing areas. It's only when we exhaust all these capabilities that we have to resort to take the last resort, that is basically to reduce the production of the resource. There is no place to put it anywhere.
Yeah, so it seems to me that then that's happening either because we're hitting intertie limits, or there isn't enough demand somewhere else, that could absorb the excess supply. So we're actually making that curtailment. I guess what I'm thinking of is, in some ways, it may also reflect intertie constraints similar to where this other looks to me like it's more internal, the congestion, what we're labeling congestion. And I guess the only reason I'm bringing this up is, there is, you mentioned the storage. You might have expected the overall congestion to go down, but the economic oversupply went down, right? So I think the storage probably did have a big impact. It was absorbing. There was, essentially more internal load to absorb the excess. It's just we're still getting more resources being added faster than the storage is being added.
Yeah, you are right on that.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the explanation.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, I don't see any other hand. Let's move on. And this is the same metric organized just by the nature of the production, whether it is solar or wind, whether it is oversupply or congestion. And the takeaway from this is that the majority of the curtailments are naturally concentrated on solar resources. That is when we have the excess of supply that may put pressure on the transmission constraints or over supply conditions, when we have these 19,000 megawatts of solar in the middle of the day. this is a different track, and this is just tracking the records that we have observed for the maximum production of solar. There is a trajectory there over time, and each dot basically stands for a new record that was set at that point on time. And it's an interesting pattern first because we have records every year. They happen to be concentrated typically in the shoulder months, somewhere between, I would say, April to July. There may be some outliers there, but typically it's in these shoulder months where we have the typical conditions, right? That we are starting to get clear skies, high production of solar is bounded to happen. We may have new resources coming, so naturally the records are going to be there. And the interesting part is that this year you can see how steep this trend has been. In the past it was more a slow ramp, but this year we were basically hitting records very frequently, and you can see that through how steep the trajectory of the dots is in the upper end. This is another metric that the CAISO provides in the monthly statistics, and that is an interesting metric to have because it measures the percent of load that is served with renewable resources. And in this year, we have had many days where more than 100% of the demand has been served with renewable resources. Now, that metric alone may be confusing because how can it be that you can meet more than 100% of your demand? Well, because we have exports, we have other connections where power can be flowing out of the CAISO system, therefore we can produce more than what the actual demand is going to be. If you compare 2024 versus 2023, you can see that the number of instances in which we have these records about 100% increased dramatically. Now, the maximum level we have seen is just shy of 120%. And there is some nuances when we look at this metric. This metric is going to show that the records are typically broken in a very narrow window of the day. And not only in a narrow window, but also in a narrow season of the year. And that happens to be the time of the year where we have high production of solar, relatively low levels of demand, and now we also have the batteries in place. When you look at what time of the day these records are happening, all of them are concentrated very heavily in the hours where we have the maximum production of solar. That happens to be somewhere between 10 a.m. and potentially 2 p.m. And that is expected. But this timing also creates a subtle nuance when we want to measure this metric. And that has to do with how we construct that metric. And I make a reference to different outlets out there that use different ways to characterize a record, right? And everything boils down to what reference you use for demand and what reference you use for renewable resources. We have a specific definition of renewable resources that is available on the website that, by the way, doesn't include the large hydro. It only includes the small hydro. And when it comes to demand, what really is a demand? Well, from the operational point of view, there is one value of the actual demand that the CAISO has to balance every 4 seconds. That is, strictly speaking, the demand we are tracking. And that demand happens to be not only the typical demand that we forecast, that is portraying the consumption of the end users, the industries, all these conforming loads. It also accounts for other 2 components that are not that typical for a system and includes the pump storage. When they are pumping, they are consuming power, they are demand. We also have more recently the energy consumed by storage resources when they are in charge mode. These are also demand components that our system has to balance on 4 seconds and therefore is the reference for us to use as the demand. Why we account for storage resources and pumps in the charging mode? Well, take the example of a storage resource. is going to be typically charging in the middle of the day when we have plenty of solar production. Why do we need to charge the storage resource? Well, because we need to use that energy later in the day. It's an arbitrage condition where you charge in the middle of the day, low prices, so that that energy can be available to meet the demand later in the day. So it's not for external suspicious activities, precisely just to meet the demand of the CAISO later in the day. And I make reference to this because in the end, depending what value you use, what reference you use, you may end up with very different values of records. If you use the simple definition of demand that is just the forecast demand, and you don't include what is composing the storage resource demand and the pump storage, we're going to be missing a big chunk of the demand that actually has to be balanced in the real life system. Take, for instance, the comparison that you have in the upper plot. The dark blue is actually the demand, very well shaped, that we display in Outlook, because the purpose of that display is to show you the forecasted demand, versus the one in gray that is above, that is less smooth, because it's just changing dramatically based on the pumping and the storage resource conditions, can be a few thousand megawatts higher. And the criticality is when in the day is going to happen. Well, it happens to be precisely during the time when you most likely are going to break the records. That is in the middle of the day, because that is when we are charging the storage resources. So you use the blue that is only the forecast versus the gray that is the forecast plus the storage plus the pumps that is the actual demand of the system. You may overestimate the records by easily 30%. So rather than saying that the CAISO have 120% of load served with demand, you may be easily saying that it's a record of 150%. So it creates also an optic here of what value we are using. In the end of the day, the CAISO is balancing the system based on the total demand that includes all these two components. And the lower part of the plot illustrates how off using one reference versus the others could be, right? And precisely it happens to be in the middle of the day when the storage resources are charging. So it makes a huge difference for these records that are being reported elsewhere about the percentage of demand served with renewable resources. And then you can actually make it even greater in terms of the inconsistency or the difference if you incorporate other types of what we don't consider formally the renewable resources, such as, for instance, the large hydro, right? That is going to make a higher number. And this is just to close this item. This is the tracking of the renewable resources we have on the hydro, the solar, and the wind. We are getting more hydro this year, and that is good news. That is more capacity to the system, complemented with the record high solar production. So we are looking for a very good level of renewable production for this year. I see two hands, so I think David was first.
Thank you. Couple questions. If we go back to slide 114, year 114, this is on the solar curtailment. Storage can lose an IRS tax credit if it ever charges in the grid. To what extent does that result in underutilization of storage and higher solar curtailment?
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, there could be excess of supply in the system that cannot be utilized because of this contractual definition, right? I think we might be able to assess that because we may have the information available. This curtailment that is shown here doesn't factor in any way the dynamics that you are explaining, but yes, it could be a factor that impacts the level of the curtailment.
Because that could give you immediate boost in available storage and reduce curtailment if you could just fix that IRS regulation. Second question is, I understand what you're saying about the importance of storing storage midday so you can meet the evening load. But I just want to be 100% clear on slide 117. Is that 100% load? Is that just the load, or is that the load plus the storage and pumping at the 100% thing?
It's all together, the load forecast plus storage plus pumping.
Okay, and the only pumping you're talking about is pump storage. You're not talking about agricultural pumps, right?
You mean the CDWR pumps?
Yeah.
Can you clarify what you mean by agricultural? Because if they are behind the meter, they are going to be just typical demand that we have to
all right, that's
forecast.
That's what I'm referring to, because a lot of agricultural pumps that are on demand response. And so they're very discretionary of when they run, but it's actually a big part of the load.
Yeah, that is part of the load. It's in the end behind the meter load.
All right, so it's not included in what you're referring to as pumping here. This is like pumping belts.
No, these are the pumping resources that are actively participating in our market. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Caroline?
Energy Management. Hi, it's Carolyn Carine, Energy Management Services. Can you hear me okay, Guillermo?
Kind of. It's a little bit not very clear.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll let me know if I speak slowly and is it still bad?
We can hear you well, Caroline. Please go ahead.
It's a simple question. The slide that you're on, thank you, David, for having them do up the right page. When you talk about 44 days, is that all the consumption across the 24 hours in the 44 days? Or is that a particular hour in that day that was met 100% by renewable? So is it summing up all the intervals for the day or an interval for an hour?
No, we take, as long as that is, we take the maximum value in the day. You may have many instances that is above 100, but we just take the maximum of the day, and that counts as one. So effectively it's 44 days, because we can only once per day.
Okay, so in that day, are there any hours that are under 100?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that this measurement isn't misconstrued. So there are 44 days, 44 of the 306, well, let's say 44 in 2024, so not that many days, but there are 44 times where where 100% was met by renewable. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No more questions.
No more questions. Okay, I think we can move to the next topic. I think we are going to jump forward to the next one just because of matter of time. And if you have any questions about the material that we're going to skip today, please, you are welcome to reach us to discuss this. Okay. And I really want to ensure we have some time to discuss these items, because these are items that we have classified as market issues. There are instances where things didn't work perfectly in our systems, in our markets, and we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to provide that transparency to you and hear your feedback.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenny Araj. I work with Guillermo in Market Performance and Advanced Analytics. The first market issue that we're going to go over is that there were incorrect GHG awards in the real-time market, specifically the RTD market. So just as some background, WEIM resources that participate can indicate that they're willing to serve demand in California by submitting a GHG bid. There was an issue in the RTD market where these VER resources, so wind and solar, were not getting the GHG allocation. This issue was not in the 15-minute market. It was only in the RTD market where we weren't calculating their upper economic limit correctly, and so they weren't getting into the mix of resources that are potentially serving California load. So when we discovered this issue in June of 2023, we worked with our software vendor to correct it. We've done an impact analysis going back to April of 2021 because that's when we see a significant increase in outside VER resources, WEIM VER resources starting to participate in our market. The impact analysis, we did a rough estimate that we didn't account for 240,000 megawatt hours in RTD from outside VER resources that potentially serve California load. Next slide. There's no impact on load or generation. This is an allocation item. We did do a rough cost estimate impact too of $320,000 for that about, a little over 2-year period. And there are only about 25 different VER resources in 4 different balancing areas of the WEIM that were impacted. And we couldn't go back and do anything to correct this issue. So we're just providing the transparency of that issue now, and it's been fixed for more than a year. Next slide. The second issue I want to go over is, the second issue I want to go over is that we have another software error dealing with what's called the real-time hourly lap price. This is the price used in the real-time market to settle hourly deviations for load. When we implemented the FlexRamp product in February 2023, there was a software defect in the market. Here's an example. Load schedules for Valley Electric aggregate, which is a very small BA here in California, should typically only be 100 megawatts of our load, but in this derived price, they were being counted for something like 10,000 megawatts. So very overstated for this very small area. Only the load megawatts were incorrect in this derived price. The prices coming out of the market were not incorrect. And we corrected this issue earlier this year in February of 2024. So we are working to correct this hourly lap price for this about year period. We've missed some 11-month statements, so those will appear on the 21-month statement. We're hoping to get corrections going for the 11-month soon. This will be communicated in the Settlement Users Group forum on when we'll start this. And then just some more background. Again, I keep calling this a derived price, so it's not subject to the price correction window that we have, which limits our price corrections to 5 business days. So we've been given the go-ahead and do this correction for the year. Yeah. Question? Oh, okay, let's take the question that's on this topic from Carolyn.
Hi, Carolyn Carine again, EMS. The example you gave, like you said, BEA is small. What was the overall magnitude of dollars? I mean, like if the average price making up a number was $40, is the difference 4 cents, 40 cents, $4?
Over the year, it adds up to our Department of Market Monitoring has done a rough estimate, but again, this calculation, like I said, we have to recalculate this price, and then it has to go through the settlement systems, and depending on the various entities, load deviations would determine the total value. So it really has to go through the settlements calculus, the whole.
I understand.
Settlement, yeah.
We're just trying to understand how big of an issue it would be for a particular, say, larger user. And when you give the information out to the SDs, will they just get a lump sum, or will it break it down by hour as far as what the price deviation was?
Yeah, you'll be able to see the difference. We'll republish their hourly prices, and then the settlement statements will be down to that granularity.
Great. So when you say you'll republish it, we'll be able to get from Oasis, since I'm not in SC, from Oasis, we'll be able to get the before and after price, so that we can do a shadow settlement to make sure we're getting the correct amount back.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much. So when you, will you have both numbers available on Oasis at the same time so that we can, or do we need to proactively, we do have it, but to make sure we're using the exact last right number, should we proactively pull it, or will you have both up at the same time?
Yeah, Oasis doesn't have versioning, so you should have the wrong prices right now, and then we will start republishing the corrected prices, and then those wrong prices will go away. So you will need to hold those in your system.
We have the database. It's just sometimes other changes happen for other reasons, so I want to make sure we're using the exact right numbers in our calculation. But thank you very much. I appreciate the information.
And then one last issue, again, with the FRP enhancements that were implemented in February of last year. As you know, we're now procuring FlexRamp on a nodal basis. So along with that, we have activated base case flow gates and nomograms in order to procure that FlexRamp at the nodal level. We have been wanting to activate contingency flow gates, obviously for the past year. And we attempted to do that, well, we did do that on June 4th, so just earlier this month. However, the computational times for running the real-time market, the 15-minute and 5-minute, were running too long, and it takes away from the time that our operators have to review those runs before they go out. The graphic that you see up there is the computational time of some of the real-time markets, and you can see the trend, in the shaded area goes up significantly. And then we had to deactivate just the contingency flow gates on June 12th due to this issue. So we'll continue to assess the computational performance of the real-time market and determine when we can get this last set of contingency flow gates activated for FRP. In the summer issues, yeah. Oh, this is Amber's.
Quick question on the last slide. Thanks for the presentation, Jenny. Christopher McLean, staff, California Energy Commission. Is it possible that you guys would be able to explore on the contingency flow gates issue whether or not some flow gate modeling is more intensive than others? So like there could be particular flow gates that are problematic and others that are not, or is this sort of an all or nothing, like flip the switch on all of them?
Right now it's a all or nothing approach just because of the nature of the contingencies. Now, yes, there will be some contingencies that are more complex to solve than others. The challenge here is that by the inherent nature of the contingencies, they are quite dynamic. So the set of contingencies that you may have from day to day is going to be dynamic, so trying to dynamically assess which ones to put in or not, it could render to be an impractical process.
Great answer, thanks.
All right, this is Rebecca Webb. I'm the manager of operational forecasting here at the CAISO, and I'll comment on this fourth issue that we have displayed. Within today's outlook on the batteries trend graph, there is an option, so initially it displays the total battery megawatt, and there is an option to toggle a breakdown of standalone batteries versus hybrid batteries. There have been instances where the summation of the standalone and hybrid does not add up to the total. So we wanted to communicate. We're aware of this issue. We've received a couple questions on it. The overall issue seems to be with the total battery source data. That's essentially doing an average of an average, so it's not always correctly showing the megawatt, which should be the sum of the standalone and the hybrid. So we are actively working on getting this issue fixed, and we will issue a market notice once we've got the solution up and running. But we are aware of this issue that the total doesn't always match the sum of the standalone and the hybrid in this display.
Rebecca, we have a question from Alva Pigini.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is actually not for Rebecca. Thank you for this, Rebecca. But on the previous item, the FRP contingency, I just wanted to ask a tangential question, which is, are the contingencies that are used in solving for flexible ramping going to be, what's the degree of consistency between those and what is planned to be the set of contingencies used for IRU and IRD?
Yeah, we expect to have the same set of constraints, Alba, and that is part of the discussion that we're going to kick in July 24th in the workshop for the implementation of the day-ahead market enhancements. I have to say that the information that we are gathering from the real time is going to be a useful reference point for the discussion of the day-ahead market enhancement. In principle, the expectation is to have consistency use of the constraints between markets.
Great. Okay, great. I'd be very interested in hearing that discussion then in July. Thank you.
No more questions. All right. Awesome, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and wrap up this call. Yolande, can you go ahead and provide me access to move the slides? Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and go to the very end of the slide deck to cover a few of the announcements we have in our organization. The first one that's repetitive from the past, we do have a new training center available under the Stakeholder Center. Please make sure to check it out. There's a lot of modules available for upcoming trainings. We have plans of putting some new trainings up for initiatives such as price formation enhancements, so a lot of training opportunities for related policies will be posted here. The new training page also includes the market participant portal, as well for allows also the schedule coordinators to use their base curriculum knowledge to access it as well. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask the customer readiness team as well. The next update is that the CAISO.com will be available till July 15th. This is up to date from the previous date that was mentioned on a notice, so feel free to visit the old website, but at this time, we have the new website up and running. The next update we have is for the energy blog. We are posting recently new updates, such as the one for Grid Tech with Jill Powers, who was able to provide feedback on her expertise with demand response. And so feel free to check that out. We also have other blogs coming your way as well for the Stakeholder Symposium that just opened up this week. We have a welcome reception on October 29th at the Kempton Sawyer Hotel, and followed by the one-day symposium program event on October 30th at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center in Sacramento, California. We welcome you to visit the registration site where you can see all information as well as registering, and also sponsorship opportunities available for those who like to promote their organizations. So at this time, the last thing I have is that slide, but we look forward to seeing you at our upcoming Market Performance and Planning Forum. We do have that set in September. The date I had it on here, but I'll send everyone the calendar on there. But we appreciate everyone's participation. Take care, everyone, and pass it to Yolande to close your call. Thank you.
Thank you for joining today's conference. The conference is now over. You may now disconnect.